What's the biggest plot twist you've seen in real life? 1991. I'm 19. Just signed the lease for my first solo apartment. Just got the first paycheck from my new job. I deposit the paycheck at an ATM. Another first. I'd always gone into the bank to do it. 2 weeks later, I get my bank statement in the mail and see with horror I have only $1.87 in my account. Way wrong. I should have at least $200. I'd been very careful with my spending. I'm freaked. I came within $2 of bouncing my first rent check. I'm literally reaching for the phone to call the bank when the phone rings. It's the police asking if my ATM card was stolen. I check my wallet and the card is missing. My job at a theater pub came with cash tips, so I didn't use the card often and tell them I was going to call them anyway because I was missing $200 from my account. Well, we've got your card and your $200, so come down to the police station. They tell me. I can't figure out how they have my card in the cash. Doesn't make sense. I drive down there. Point detective says someone, let's call him Bob, pulled in to use an ATM and saw a man acting suspiciously while he was using it, moving back and forth as if trying to dodge the camera. Bob says the man then left the ATM, got into a car, and drove away at high speeds as if fleeing. Bob then went to the ATM and put his card in, which popped out. Bob then withdrew $200, and then another ATM card popped out. My card. Bob's card had popped out because the crook had left my card in the ATM before speeding away. Bob realized he had withdrawn the money from my account and not his, so he brought my card and the cash to the police and reported the attempted theft. The detective gives me the description of the crook. According to Bob, it was a man 5 feet 7 inches, brown hair, round gold rimmed glasses. I say out loud so, about my height, my color hair, and glasses like mine, before realizing Bob was describing me. I'd never deposited a check in an ATM before, so I was moving back and forth, following the instructions on the screen, filling out the envelope with my account number, punching the amount in, etc. I then forgot to take my card out and just left, because I'm a faking idiot. I drove away at high speeds, because I was 19 and that's how I drove everywhere. Worried the detective might be annoyed, I didn't tell him I was the crook. I just thanked him and left with the money I stole from myself. Somewhere in a box in my closet I still have the police report where I'm both the victim and the perp. One of my good friends in high school started hanging out with this guy from the other public high school in our city, and before long they were basically joined at the hip. She had a huge crush on him and was pretty sure he liked her too, but she'd never had a boyfriend before and was too shy to make the first move. One night they were hanging out and he told her he had something huge to confess. He was gay. They remained close friends. Then a few months later at a party, the guy introduced all of us to his younger, by 1 year, brother. The dude and his brother looked similar, had similar personalities and the exact same sense of humor. Fast forward 20 years, and my friend is happily married to the brother. Her best friend is her brother-in-law, and he and his husband are godfathers to her kids. Sometimes the painful crush on the gay dude pays off. Edit. For those who feel bad for her husband for being second choice, or think she just substituted him for the guy she really wanted, here is the context you are missing. When she met her now husband, she was already pretty much over his brother. She became friends with her future hubs, and it wasn't until a year or more later that they started dating, after slowly developing feelings over time. Her crush on his brother was brief and adolescent, and she 100% loves her husband for who he is. Yes, the qualities the two brothers share in common were part of what made her develop feelings for both of them, because those are the qualities she finds attractive. Trust me, folks, there is no victim in this story. Everyone ended up happy and loved. 3. For a semester in high school, my English teacher set up this game where one student was a secret killer. Every couple of days the killer would sneak a note into a classmate's locker, backpack, textbook or whatever that says you've been killed. My best friend and I were trying harder than anyone else in the class to play detective on this, especially near the end of the semester. Near the end of school there were about 6 students left alive, and it turns out my best friend was the killer the whole time. Edit. It's probably too late to add to the story, since this post is already old, but there are some great parts that are left out. Point: they took the last 6 students who were alive and brought them in front of the class one at a time, so we could all debate if he or she was the killer or not, and the person could plead their case. The teacher brings my friend up and says, "Okay, tell us what happened." And my friend starts explaining how he had to be sneaky and so on. So there was a good 20 seconds where I just didn't understand what he was talking about. There wasn't any great reveal or drumroll. He just brought him in front of the class and start explaining how he killed everyone. I lost my sheet pretty good. Point: the other twist that I forgot to mention is that at week 2 or 3 he went to a student that he didn't really talk to much and told him that he was the killer and that he needed him to kill John Deere 89. So he hands him a few of the notes, and from then on he had a guy on the inside helping him kill people. That's why he could kill so many people without being caught, because if someone got killed, I was with my friend, so I could vouch for him. The teacher said there was nothing in the rule book that said you could get another person to help you kill people. It was a huge gamble, because the other kid could have just said, "I caught the killer," and the game would be over. I forgot to mention that if you guess who the killer is, nothing happens. You have to catch them in the act. So when there's only a few people left, everyone is yelling, "You're the killer," and pointing fingers back and forth. When I was a teen some 25 years ago, I played trumpet in the school band. We did a Halloween parade, but I had nothing to dress in costume for. I decided on a large black sheet with a hole in the top for my huge ponytail to stick out from the top in all its glory of crazy frizzy poof of curls, and a hole for my face and arms to stick out. I got a lot of "Daffy, are you supposed to be?" I don't know. Or was it, I suppose? Anyway, after the parade, my mother wanted to see my locker before leaving just to surprise check for anything not allowed. We pass by the auditorium and notice a talent show just beginning. Mom pressured me to enter playing my trumpet in this weird was-it costume, no less. By the time I was to go on, I still had no clue what to play. I felt silly in my Halloween costume getup when nobody else was in costume unless they were dancing or a magician act. I walked down the aisle towards the stage with trumpet in hand, contemplating what to do in my nervousness. Heard whispers among the crowd as I climbed the little 3 steps of stairs up on the stage. I trip and fall up the remaining 2 stairs. I'm so clumsy. Point: so I stand up and play it off like I meant to do that. Began acting silly and tooting my horn like a duck. Did a silly dance to an improv version of the most basic song to play, Hot Cross Bun / 3 Blind Mice. Ripples of kids are giggling in the audience. I see my mother's face contorted in displeasure that I'm not being serious enough to win this. Too bad, Mom. This is my time to shine in all my goofy glorious weirdness. I wiggle my top knot poof and play a few jazzy bits of songs some older folks should know. Point: then to finish off, I act like I'm swimming a bit and begin playing Under the Sea from The Little Mermaid I had learned the year before. End it with pretending to drown as I left back down the stairs without falling. Mom took me out in the hall to have her fit for about 10 minutes while the last contestants finish the show. Point: she then goes off to look through my locker while I put away my trumpet and prepare to leave. I wait for her by the auditorium exit. They begin announcing the winners. I won first place. Point: suck it, Mom. Point: edit. Till my mom was a helicopter. She was always overly protective and watched everything I did. I wasn't allowed out of her sight often, but she did make me do my own work and applications when it came to my education. During the last year of my grandfather's life, he had dementia and was having trouble keeping track of reality. Before he was placed into hospice, he kept complaining about a man that was in his house. He would say that he would come around at night and that he was taking his things and using his stuff. Grandma of course kept reassuring him that she was the only one there. His doctor increased his medications because he was losing touch with reality so badly. Fast forward to my grandfather's funeral and a man showed up that wasn't known by more than a few people in the family. Turns out he was an old friend of my grandmother's who showed up to give his support. In a small town like that, it wasn't exactly an unusual thing to have random people show up to the funeral home who knew the person at some point. Well, about a year later, my grandmother let slip that she is seeing someone, the guy from funeral. At this point nothing too odd, they got to talking at church, and we thought it was sweet. Then a bit later sweet innocent old grandma mentions that it's their 3rd anniversary. Grandpa died 2 years prior. This man was the person that grandpa saw in his house every night. He was the reason that everyone thought grandpa was going crazy. He was the reason that my grandfather was medicated to the point of being a vegetable for the last horrible year of his life. TLDR, grandpa thought he saw someone in his house before he died. Turns out it was grandma's boyfriend. Willie and Devin egged each other's houses. Devin also egged Tristan's house. Events that happened after, in order. Devin egged Willie a second time, because Willie did it once. Willie called the cops on Devin but nothing happened. Tristan keyed Devin's car. Devin egged Willie once more in retaliation and even punched him, thinking it was him. Willie called the cops again, and Devin got fined heavily. I heard he got arrested, but not sure about that. None of them actually egged each other the first time. It was me. Edit. I can't answer every question, but I'll throw in more details. I had 3 other accomplices. There were 4th and 5th egg victims named Isaac and John, but the former had no part in revenge, and John just went along with Devin. This happened around 2009/2010, way past the statute of limitations in my state by now, when we were barely out of high school. Immature kids, whatever. Willie and Devin were notorious douchebags in our community, so we wanted to teach them a lesson. It helped a lot that Willie and Devin really hated each other already. Tristan was also kind of a dick, but this incident taught him to be a better person. Tristan is one of my best friends now, and I actually confessed to him what I did. He found it funny, and was still glad he had the adrenaline to key Devin's car. He kept quiet about it. Edit too. Wow, I got gold. Thank you, kind stranger. This isn't my proudest moment either, but whatever. I was 19, and I had just started a job at a new sushi restaurant. Well, the manager that was showing me around my first 5 days was young and pretty cute. She seemed flirtatious, but I wasn't trying to push or assume anything, because I was a new hire. Well, after that week, she went on a vacation for a month to the Philippines, so I kind of forgot about her. Well, a month later she returns, and she is out drinking. So at 2:30 in the morning I get a random call from her saying that she has been drinking and is now driving, which I hate, and she wanted to talk to someone. Anyway, after a lot of bullshit from her end, she ends up at my place, cause she needed to go to the bathroom, and I wanted her off the road. She ends up deciding she can't/shouldn't drive, and she wants to stay the night. So I set up the extra futon for her, cause she is my manager and I ain't trying to cause no problems lol. Well, she decides that she sobered the fuck up when I turn out the lights, and she starts getting talkative and flirtatious. Things escalate and I end up stopping it before we have sex. At this point it's 5 in the morning and I ask her, you good to drive? She responds, yeah, I should probably get going. My husband is at home waiting for me. What the fuck? TLDR, manager was too drunk to drive. Stopped by my place and played around, then decided to tell me she has a husband. An 85-year-old woman, the widow of a hero soldier in WWII, neglected by her friends and her children, having to sell her house that she could not afford and move to a much smaller one, but always helping people and looking after others, unfailingly polite and kind, suddenly announced to the sensation of the entire village in Scotland where she lived that the new tenant of the castle, on the fringes of which was her small cottage, had asked her to marry him. He too was an elderly man, but he was, and indeed is, a brilliant geneticist, the man who cloned Dolly the sheep. He's a knight, a professor at Edinburgh University and a multi-millionaire many times over because of all his patents. They were married last year, and all her rich grandfriends who neglected her and only invited her round to their nice manor houses because she would pour tea and act like a maid, must now defer to Lady Wilmot. Here is her story in the newspapers. http://www.peopleshirenews.com/u_can_find_love_at_86. Edelston _widow marries world famous scientist professor sir Ian Wilmot/edit. This post seems to have aroused some interest, so I thought I'd add a little bit more, this time about her first husband, who was called David Haddon. This also has a kind of twist point every year. Long after his death in the 1980s, strange little trinkets and sweets would be sent to his house, from of all places, the Himalayas in envelopes, covered in hundreds of Anna stamps or just unstamped envelopes with non-European writing and symbols. My mother asked Sarah what this was all about. Apparently, when the Second World War, he immediately signed up as a second lieutenant and went to France with a regular regiment. There was only one problem: whenever he or his platoon got into any form of danger, he would immediately faint. Literally, fall to the floor in a swoon. He got the reputation for being windy, which was humiliating to him. They were going to cashier him, which would have been terribly shaming in a war when everyone else was fighting, so instead they sent him out to India, to join the Indian Army. Some doctors there diagnosed his problem, severe narcolepsy brought on by adrenaline stimulus. He was classified as the British Army equivalent of 4F, which is the worst health categorization you can get. And they put him in charge of some Gurkhas who had all themselves been seriously wounded and could not fight. They were all sent off to some hill station where they could do no harm. Anyway, he somehow shared a plane up to this remote camp with Ord Wingate, who, if you don't know, was a general and really the father of guerrilla warfare. Wingate was complaining that he wasn't being given any proper troops to conduct his Chindit raids deep behind enemy lines into the goddamn jungle infested with bloodthirsty Japanese. Haddon immediately volunteered himself and his crocs, and off they went, conducting some real first blood attacks 300 miles deep into Burma with no other support than airdrops, attacking supply lines, ambushing staff cars, blowing up rear bases. The only problem was, whenever they were conducting attacks, he could conk out, keel over. Nothing daunted, his men would prop him up and carry him with them in a litter whenever they were storming a machine gun nest or whatever. Lord Mountbatten, who was head of Southeast Asia Command, heard about one river crossing conducted under machine gun fire with Haddon, by now Major Haddon, being carried on a bed of palm leaves on the heads of his men as they waded forward, fast asleep. He mentioned Haddon in dispatches. A mention in dispatches is a very big thing, and he was flown to Delhi for a personal meeting with the Viceroy. His Excellency came out of the meeting with a very puzzled look. Very odd man. I told him, many congrats. Credit to the Britain and all that. He stood up, saluted, and fainted. The little gifts and cards he was sent every year from the mountains of the Himalayas after the war were from his men, the old Gurkhas, who always liked him very much, and who, themselves extraordinary brave fighters, liked him very much, and were under the impression that the reason he kept on falling asleep in the face of imminent danger was because he was too brave. Anyway, that is the yarn Lady Wilmot told my mother, and then my mother told me. How much of it is true, I'm not sure. I hope most of it. Was on a flight from Paris to Boston. I had the aisle seat across from a little hall of bathrooms in the middle of the plane. At one point a man from a few rows up goes into a bathroom, and after a couple of minutes comes out, and is just standing in the aisle, so it gets my attention. He keeps going in, and coming back out looking up towards where he is sitting. I see a woman who is sitting next to his empty seat shake her head at him, but he doesn't give up. Finally, after like 5 times of coming in and out, he finally gets the woman to come back there. The lights are out and most of the plane is sleeping, and once she comes back to him, they start making out in the bathroom hallway before he goes into one and pulls her in with him. They are in there for quite a while, and then he comes out and goes back to his seat, and a few minutes later she comes out and does the same. They are really flirty in their seats, and about an hour later repeat it. The man goes in, and then she joins him. They end up doing this 3 times throughout the flight. My husband, who is sitting next to me, has caught on to what they are doing as well, and we made a joke about how they must be newlyweds on their honeymoon. We get off the plane and the woman is standing at the gate waiting, and the man is nowhere in sight. As the people from the back of the plane get off, a completely different man goes up to her and gives her a kiss on the lips and asks her if she was able to get any sleep on the flight and calls her dear. Then they walk off towards the luggage area with their arms around each other. So apparently what we thought was an adventurous newlywed couple was actually a woman hooking up with her seatmate while her husband was sitting in the back of the plane. When I started school, I figured out that being raised by your grandparents wasn't normal point. And then when I was a little older, I found out that the reason why was because my biological parents gave me to them. I was told that my biological mother was sick and assumed that I was maybe a few months old at the youngest. No one talked much about my biological father or his family, and I only met his father and stepmom once when I was a toddler. I rarely saw my biological parents while they were together, and only started seeing my biological mother regularly when they divorced and she moved back to the family home and we became roommates. Years later, I found out that my biological father remarried and started a new ginger family right away point, and then, around 10 or so, I was helping my mom, aka grandmother, with something, and it involved going through her lockbox of important papers. I found a paper pertaining to the custody case, and it was dated 2 months after I was born. I asked questions, and it turned out that my biological parents gave up after a week and my biological father wanted to throw me in a dumpster. Lucky for me, my biological mother called her mom, and I was not thrown in the trash. My dad had been at work while all this went down, so that day, he came home and found out there was an extra person there for the indefinite future. After my biological father changed his plan to putting me in foster care, my grandparents filed for custody because the thought of not knowing where I was literally nightmare inducing. Bo dad popped up a couple times when I was older, and the last time we were in contact, which was through email, he tried to claim that I had been kidnapped, which is stupid for so many reasons. We don't talk anymore because he's the human equivalent of stepping on a Lego, and I already have a dad who is like if Shepherd Book and Ron Swanson fused into one being. My grandfather and grandmother were second cousins, and the entire family objected to their marriage because of the relationship. They actually weren't cousins. My grandmother's mother committed suicide when my grandmother was 3 because it became apparent she was illegitimate and my great grandmother had been having an affair. So when my grandmother's father died, her brother Hugo inherited all the family businesses because she was not her father's child. He went on to marry the town prostitute. He also had a hunchback. This prompted my grandparents to flee Italy during World War II, as they were now broke and outcasts from the family. They weren't actually outcasts from the family. They fled Italy because they were Jewish. They just hid the fact they were Jewish for 70 years until my grandmother's deathbed confession. The year my grandmother's mother committed suicide, a woman with the exact same name emigrated to the United States from Italy. Edit. Longer slower version opposite of TLDR. We originally were told my grandparents fled to America during World War II because of political reasons, and they were the only ones to come to America because my grandmother and grandfather had been shunned by the rest of the family because they were second cousins. The rest of the family went to Argentina. Also, we were told that my great grandfather had never approved of them, which was why he wrote her out of the will and why they stole a great deal of jewelry on their way out of the country. They also always claimed that they had to flee Italy mostly because my grandfather was a known leftist. Later, my family ended up reconnecting with our cousins in Argentina and discovered there was very little ill will towards my grandmother and grandfather. But we found out there were odd circumstances around my great grandmother's suicide, and it was very likely my grandmother was illegitimate, which explains why my grandmother was written out of the will. The hunchback great uncle is just added meat to the story. Even later, when my grandmother was dying, she told us that they were Jewish, but had hidden it from the family my mom's whole life because they had encountered a lot of antisemitism in the US point. And then even later on an ancestry search, my mother discovered there is a reasonable chance that my great grandmother didn't even commit suicide, but just fled the country. Edit second. More details. My grandparents first fled to Cuba and then bought fake identification for the US. My grandfather was a metallurgist and had no problem finding work in the US war effort WWII, but couldn't keep work because every time they ran a background check he looked very suspiciously like an Italian spy. They ended up in Chicago, where my grandmother did doctorate work under Fermi and got a PhD in chemistry. But she couldn't get a job as a professor there. She claims it was because of sexism. So she got a job in the science library and then went on to get a second PhD in library sciences. My father is Jewish, and they objected quite a bit to my parents' marriage because of this. The irony being that their objection was because they were afraid my mom would be doomed to encounter the same anti-Semitism that they encountered. Every evening at 5 p.m. they would have cocktail hour and my grandmother would smoke a cigarette and have a scotch. She was in the hospital for hip surgery and wanted her cigarette and scotch. She tried to bribe the orderly, but he brought her an addiction counselor instead. Years ago when I was in college, I drove back to my hometown to spend Valentine's Day with my best friend, as we were both single and lonely. She got a group of people together and made plans for all of us to go ice skating together on V-Day. A lot of people we knew from high school were going to be there, including this one skanky girl my bestie did not like. When I asked Jer why she had invited this girl, she started gushing about how much this girl had grown and matured, and how impressed she was by her. Well, great, I thought. I love me a good success story, and I was really excited to see her. Well, ice skating never happened. That girl had gotten into an argument with her mother and her ex, during which she had threatened to kill herself. Her mom and ex made the mutual decision to call 911 and have her admitted to the hospital. So my best friend and I went to visit her in the hospital. Now apparently, when you are a female and you're admitted to the hospital for mental health concerns, they do a bunch of tests on you, including a pregnancy test, and they for sure pregnancy tested her. She dropped the bomb on us that she was 8 weeks pregnant. We congratulated her, of course, even though a baby was the absolute last thing she needed. And bless her heart, she seemed to be self-aware enough to realize this, and she kept telling us, no, this is not a good thing. But wait, there's more. You all thought the pregnancy was the plot twist, right? Well, little did we know there was much more to come. See, after leaving the hospital, my best friend and I decided to hit up the grocery store for some chocolates and sparkling grape juice to enjoy together. While at the grocery store, we ran into a guy that my best friend knew from elementary school. They made small talk for a few minutes. Now, apparently he knew Skanky Girl too, and I can't remember why, but he brought her up. And here's where it gets good. He mentioned that the last time he had seen her was a couple of months ago, while hanging out with a mutual friend. My best friend told him that Skanky Girl was in the hospital because she had threatened to commit suicide, and that we had just visited her in there. And get this, she's 8 weeks pregnant. Upon hearing this news, the poor guy's face went as white as a sheet. He told us that the last time he saw her, which was about 8 weeks ago, he had hooked up with her sans condom. A few weeks later, she had called him to tell him that she was pregnant and the baby was his. She didn't have enough money to pay for an abortion, so he had borrowed $500 from various friends and family members so she could have one. So what he and we wanted to know was this: if she was still pregnant, then where did the money go? It's been almost a decade, and we still don't know the answer. Only one I can think of right now is about my old roommate and her boyfriend. So, because we have the extra space, sometimes my mom will rent out rooms to people. We once had a roommate who was 18 years old at the time, and she was dating this 40-year-old loser/moocher. He'd feed her lies saying, I have this $1 million idea that's in the works, just BS after BS, so she would continue to spend her parents' money on him. He was living out of his car and would always try to sneak into our house so he'd have a free place to stay. He'd eat our food from the fridge as well as kick our dogs when he thought no one was looking. The girl's parents, who were paying the rent for her, told my mom she was not to see this person. For about a year, she acted like she wasn't seeing him anymore, but we'd somehow find out that wasn't the case. One time we found him hiding behind one of those ginormous Costco teddy bears in her room, and another time he rang the doorbell 10 p.m. on a Friday and showed up with a clipboard and had the audacity to list off to my mom all the things he'd like to change about our house. Like, what the fuck? How many times do we have to tell you you're not even allowed in our house? Anyways, despite our attempts, she kept seeing this loser. and every time we'd catch him with her we'd have to tell her parents plot twist was that right before the 40 years old boyfriend was seeing my roommate, he had been having an affair with her mother for a while, but the mom stopped seeing him when she found out all he does is lie and couldn't support her, let alone himself. When that ended he then ended up dating her daughter. What weirded me out was that the daughter knew that her current boyfriend had been banging her mom right before he started dating her. Met a dude at my local 24-hour fitness who was wearing a Shark Punch shirt. Since most people have no fucking clue about that band, I immediately decided I needed to talk to bro out with this dude about his particular taste in music, metal. We get to talking, find out has a drummer, lives locally and wants to start jam some evil shit. Awesome. Exchange numbers and all that good stuff. Of course, however, actually meeting up with reliable musicians is much harder than it sounds, despite the enthusiasm. Around the same time I was working security at a local bar and met this random cute girl who wasn't from the area but was totally into me and wanted to hang out. Exchanged numbers and planned to meet up. When we finally did, we hit it off pretty well, but she had mentioned that she's still kinda dating around but really liked me and hoped that I was okay with that. Totally was okay with that, because I was also doing the same thing. We hung out maybe another time, but then shortly after was hit with the sorry, but I'm kinda dating this other guy for serious line, and I said I understood and moved on. When Jim Guy and I finally managed to get together to jam, a friend of his was there to play bass with us. We get introduced, started talking about random shit, when Jim Guy happened to mention to the buddy about the girl he was dating. He and I both started sharing our similarities and preference of people we date, and I asked to see what she looked like. He's like, sorry dude, she doesn't have any social media or anything like that, but I have a video of her at some restaurant we went to a few weeks back. Shows me the video. Me, she's cute. Him, yeah, I met her smoking outside of some bar in La Pointe. Me, dude, she totally reminds me of this girl I was dating not too long ago. What's her name? Him, Kim. Me, wait, really? That's so weird. I was dating a girl named Kim too. What are the odds? Hold up, she has a Snapchat, right? Him, yeah. Why? Me, I start trying to find her on Snap. Dude, what's her name on there? The friend at this time is looking at the both of us like oh fuck and starts lawing both of us at the same time. Kimberly's friend is dying of laughter at this point, and we both come to the realization that we are the same dudes she ended up leaving / staying with. We still ended up jamming anyways. I'm late to this thread, but I have a great story for it. Several years ago I went down to the New River Gorge with my wife, then fiancé, and a group of friends to camp and rock climb over Memorial Day weekend. Over the course of the trip, 5 of us decided that on the last day, instead of doing another climbing location, we were going to whitewater rafting. We booked with a guide company and showed up in the morning ready to go. We hopped on the bus to the launch site, and when we got there we were told that we were going to have an addition to our group of 5. The guy who was introduced to us said he got too drunk the night before and missed the first trip of the day that he and his friends had booked, but he lucked out since there was one open spot in the next trip. Great. We load up and start the trip, just shooting the sheet with our new rafting friend. Over the course of the ride down, this guy seemed to know his way around a raft and seemed weirdly familiar with the river. At one point, our guide was pointing out a class 2 or 3 rapid section that he said was safe to swim through. This guy immediately jumps out of the raft, climbs up a rock in the middle of the river, and does a perfect 360 flip into the rapids. Near the end of the trip our guide hits us with the plot twist. We are his first ever group. This was his test. And our suspiciously knowledge addition was his supervisor. We were all blown away. We spent the rest of the trip just piecing together the missed clues in the best bamboozle of our lives. Needless to say, the trainee guide passed his test and got a great first review and a nice tip, and we all got a great story. I'm gay and in love with a guy. Have been for 10 years. I told him how I felt a long time ago, but he put me down gently and explained that he doesn't feel the same way because he's straight. As much as those words destroyed me, that's kind of a normal outcome, though. Pretty standard, actually. I was heartbroken and devastated because of reasons. I can't be too devastated, though, can I? I mean, if he's straight, he's straight. Can't really hold that against him. I wished that maybe he could be gay too, but that's a selfish and irrational idea. I couldn't get the boy of my dreams because he's straight. And so it is. As a teaching student at college, my final semester required me to spend a semester in the classroom and teach under the guidance of an experienced professional. Thankfully, I got placed at the school I requested and got to teach with a good friend and mentor. However, he's a firm believer in traditional marriage and attends church regularly. He's never been directly mean to me, but he'd make jokes and snide comments about marriage equality and God and all that stuff. A few other people we taught with stopped working with him because of some of the things he would say. He says them like he's just rubbing us, but we can tell he's using that style of delivery to mask that's how he really feels about gay people. He only ever snapped at me once, and that was when I asked him about his thoughts on gay marriage. It's the only time he's been short and raised his voice to me. It's apparent that he does not condone homosexual activity or believe in equal rights, largely, if not entirely, driven by his faith, his family, and the people he surrounds himself with outside of work. Despite this, I still consider him a valuable friend and colleague, but it did make me bummed that someone I was working so close with had such strong opposition to something that is a big part of what makes me who I am. It was disheartening and discouraging, to say the least, not to mention this started mere months after disastrously admitting my feelings to my crush Point Twist. Last month they both came out as gay. Point edit. Wow, thanks for all the upvotes over the time since I posted this. For everyone asking, yes, we did communicate since I found out, and no, nothing has changed. If anything, I finally realized that I'm not incredibly important to him. I may have been at one point, but certainly not at this time. I have a co-worker Joe, great guy, who has an equally great wife, Nina. Over the years, and even prior to meeting Joe, multiple doctors told Nina she would be unable to get pregnant on her own due to problems with her ovaries and fallopian tubes. She and Joe decided that a child-free life was okay with them. So, she and Joe married and lived happily for 12 years. When they started out, they didn't have much, but as time passed, they progressed in their careers and made a nice life for themselves. Finally, they got to a point that they were comfortable enough to buy a sports car for themselves, something Joe always wanted to do. It was the first new, off-the-lot car they ever owned. Now Joe and Nina were in their early 40s at this time, and figured they'd just coast on into retirement. Well, about 6 months after they bought the car, winter came. Nina got a case of the flu she just couldn't seem to shake. She just felt run down and nauseous, just not herself. After about 3 weeks of this, she went to the doctor. The doctor asked if there was any possibility she could be pregnant. She laughed at him and said, "I've been married for 12 years now and haven't had so much as a scare of being pregnant. Multiple doctors said it's just not going to happen for me. No way." But her doctor said, "Humor me and let me rule it out. Just do a urine test." Well, wanting to figure out what was actually wrong with her ASAP, Nina peed on the stick and, you guessed it, pregnant. So, in their 40s, and with 12 years of living just the two of them, they were expecting. After the initial shock wore off, they were actually pretty excited, even though they had to sell the sports car, since a two-seater wasn't really going to work for them. A few months later, their son John came into the world the usual way. Happy, healthy baby. So, they became a family of 3, and they still are today. John just finished his first year of high school. Great kid and super smart too. You just never know what life's gonna throw at you. In high school, I often stayed late to work on A/V projects. In December 1998, I was shooting a segment for the school TV channel's annual holiday special. Specifically, my friend was interviewing students, faculty, and staff, those who happened to be around and willing to appear on camera, about their holiday memories. A particular take was spoiled when a group of students walked past, and one of them shouted, "Hey, interview subject's nickname, your cork's hanging out." Enraged beyond reason, I spun the camera on its tripod, pointed it at the group of students, laughing as they headed out the nearest door, and informed the offender that I had him on tape. This later became the furthest thing from my mind when I learned that my mother had been critically injured in a head-on collision. The other car, which had veered into her lane, contained 3 girls from my school, the driver and 2 passengers. Tragically, one of the passengers died instantly. I didn't know any of these girls personally, but I learned the following day that the one who was killed was the 15-year-old sister of the friend who was interviewing people for my holiday segment. That's not the twist point. A couple of weeks later, when I finally began reviewing and editing the footage, a classmate in the room with me made a startling discovery. Among the laughing students was my friend's sister. She was on her way to the car in which she was killed about 20 minutes later. I'd unwittingly recorded the last image of her alive and the last time she ever saw her brother. I met this girl out at a bar, got her name and number, and we agreed to meet up for lunch. Lunch dates are nice because you automatically have a discrete time frame point. We are chatting before ordering, and we get to talking about who I knew from the small town she was from. I say that she has the same last name as my cousins who live there, just spelled differently. She asks who, and I could remember their first names, but the 2 youngest are twins. She say X and Y, I say yes, that's it. We aren't a terribly close family. I look at her, and she is curled up in the smallest posture in what feels like she is sitting behind her chair, and she says, I was married to X. I let out tremendous laugh and said, I thought you sort of looked familiar. You were at Grandpa's funeral, right? She says yes, and I smirked saying, thought you were cute then too. I hadn't eaten yet and was starving, so we ordered a sandwich and tried to pretend it wasn't weird. When the date ended, I called my mom immediately and told her coyly about the date I had. Me, hey mom, hey honey, how's it going? Me, I just went on this date with this great girl, so much in common, blah blah blah. I don't know if we'll see each other again though. Point mom, why not? Me, you and dad went to her first wedding. Couldn't have made a story up this good if I tried. I dated a girl who was very beautiful, but also very high maintenance. She would complain that I never spent any money on her as we were walking out of a restaurant where I ate salad and drank water so she could have a $50 dinner on our 2 meager paychecks. Server/cook. She would always talk about traveling halfway around the world to somewhere like Hawaii, Mexico, Japan, Australia, etc. So one night, I'm at a party, smoking on the porch with the boys, and this one guy is like, so you're dating her? You're so lucky. I've had a crush on her since 4th grade. Now he was what you might call a rich guy. His family had tons of money. In an instant, it clicked. I shouldn't be dating her. He should be dating her. So I yelled, hey baby, come out here, I need to talk to you. Crazy drunk decision. I told her straight up what I thought, that if she wants someone who spends money on her, here's her guy. Of course she thought I was joking at first, but I persisted. We all had an uncomfortable evening, but I managed to break up without too many tears or upset. So, a couple weeks go by, and soon the word around town is that they are an item now. A cute couple, and oh, did you hear he's taking her to Spain? Well, she always did want to travel. Good for them. So I ran into him a couple months later. Hey bro, how was your trip to Spain? Silence. House. Girlfriend. She got married to a guy in Spain. She stayed there. Oh. When I finished university, I started a job about an hour away from my parents' house. The hours were shitty and the job ended up being the total opposite of what I interviewed for. I roughed it out for almost a year, slowly getting more depressed by the whole situation, until one night I laid in bed till 4 AM and had the revelation that I was going to quit. The next morning I go in, and my regional manager tells me that she has a job offer for me for the following year. She wants me to move 3 hours away for exactly the same as what I'm making now. No moving bonus, no benefits, nothing. I call my parents on my break and have a meltdown, and they are so worried they drive up after my shift to make sure I'm okay. They end up taking me to dinner at a local casino, and they tell me to swipe my points card to see if I have a coupon for food. I end up losing $100, and we leave for the night. I don't show up for work the next day and hop on a plane to visit my girlfriend who's away at school. As I'm walking off the plane, I turn it off airplane mode and have a voicemail. The casino has called my phone and left a message that says, hey, give us a call back, congrats. When I call them, I get asked if I'm sitting down because I won a draw for $10,000. Didn't even know I entered the draw, but it did it automatically when I swiped my points card. Flew back Sunday night and went and picked up the money. Got to walk in to work on the Monday and slide a picture of myself holding a giant check across my boss's desk. Left shortly after for a better job with a better company. TLDR. Decided to quit my job. Felt like I won $10,000, then won $10,000 the next day. Oh boy, I can answer this one. I was seeing this beautiful Italian woman in college, Francesca. I couldn't believe she liked me, honestly. She had everything. Looks, wealthy family, extremely smart, talented, and I felt I didn't deserve her, but she insisted I was great, and we fell in love. It wasn't long before I was over at family events mingling with her family, gigantic loving Italian family, and I quickly became friends with her cousin, Marco. Marco was a businessman with a keen eye for talent, or so he put it, and he offered me a job running one of his furniture stores as he was involved in other investments. As it turns out, I was a damn good furniture salesman. Marco and I were best friends, and I was set to marry Francesca. Life was amazing, and that's when things changed. I started coming home to an empty house. Francesca would be gone for days on end, and then sporadically show up, give me a kiss on the cheek and disappear again. Marco never seemed to want to hang out anymore, and I was getting extremely suspicious that something weird was going on. One day I was walking through town and decided to stop into a new bakery on a whim, and I saw Francesca there, behind the cash register. I was taken aback, because as long as I knew her, she never mentioned anything about working at a bakery. I approached the register and her face turned pale with a look of utter embarrassment. Can we talk later?" she said in a hushed but stern tone. I told her sure, but I still wanted a croissant, so she grabbed me a fresh croissant and shooed me out of the door. That night I waited patiently for Fran to call me, and finally, my phone rang, and she told me to meet her and Marco outside. So I got up and ran outside to see them both standing in a defensive position, almost ashamed to see me. I demanded to know what was going on, and it was then that Marco explained to me that the reason their family was so wealthy was from peddling drugs and laundering money through various businesses. Aka the furniture store, the bakery, a laundromat, you name it, all owned by members of the family and all fronts for illicit money. I had stumbled upon Francesca at one of the family's businesses. Well, apparently the jig was up, and they knew they'd be going to jail soon, so they wanted to distance themselves from me, so I didn't get wrapped up. Marco touched my shoulder and told me he needed one last thing, that croissant that I took from the bakery. "You never paid for it," he said. I was baffled that he would care about something so small at a time like this, but I asked him what I owed. It was at that point I noticed Marco wasn't an Italian man at all, but a great big creature from the Paleolithic era with giant eyes and a long neck. That's gonna be about 350. I met a guy on a cruise ship when I was 13. Long story short, we spent a few days talking and hanging out, and I basically fell head over heels. On the last night, we never got a chance to say goodbye or exchange numbers, and I only knew his first name. It should be nothing more than a forgotten childhood fling, but for some reason I could never quite forget about him. I guess you could say he was my first love, in a naive sort of way. I went on to have a few long-term relationships, but I always found myself missing this guy I met so many years ago, and I left those future relationships feeling a kind of emptiness I can't explain. By a weird string of unlikely events that would take paragraphs to explain, I reconnected with this mystery cruise guy from my childhood 7 years later, at 20 years old. It took a few weeks for him to confirm with his family whether his cruise had been the exact same week as mine, but we confirmed they were the same length of time, both traveled to the same places, and happened around approximately the same time frame. Most significantly though, the guy I reconnected with randomly told me a very specific story about something that happened at a band concert in 6th grade, and as he told it I realized it was the exact same story the guy on the cruise had told me. He even told it the same way. We were still waiting for confirmation, but honestly at this point, I was convinced this was the guy I met years ago. All the details kept lining up perfectly, and things just felt right somehow. We got really close over those next few weeks, talking for hours and hours on end and just really hitting it off. Then he hears back from his sister, and he finds out his cruise was a completely different year than mine, and there's no logical way we cold met before. We are still dating a year and a half later, though. Guess he was the one I was searching for after all. This will probably be super cliche, but my grandma had some rough days in a hospital bed. We were fearing for the worst, and all the family were taking turns to keep her company. This was way before cell phone existed, so communication wasn't as easy as today. So, my dad got a call one of those days, and it was my aunt that was with her. Of course I don't know exactly what she said, but my dad understood that she was dead. We rushed over there basically as soon as he hung up, because he wanted us to say goodbye. During the whole car trip, my dad was bawling his heart out. We arrived at the hospital. We were of course super sad. We already knew in which room she was, so we went directly there, ready to say goodbye, except she wasn't dead at all. She was sitting in her bed eating soup with a nurse, like any other day. I was like 7-year-old at the time and I really freaked out, but was extremely happy about the whole situation. We talked with her for some minutes and my dad couldn't stop crying and hugging her. My aunt wasn't in the room, but she arrived a little later, and my mom was incredibly mad at her for the false alarm. My aunt insisted several times that she never said that our grandma was dead. However, in the next half hour or so, the rest of our family arrived to the hospital too because everybody received a similar call from my aunt. And everybody had the same idea that grandma was dead. I don't remember the exact details, but as far as I recall, the thing was that my grandma had some sort of minor stroke and her heart stopped for a few seconds, but somehow, my aunt blew the thing off proportions on the phone calls. We ended up basically having a party on her room that day, because all of us were together, which was a very rare scenario in my extended family, and I felt that the sadness we felt before arriving to the hospital made us appreciate more the happiness, and I think that somehow, that impromptu family party helped my grandma recover, and she managed to live for a few more years after that. Had a girl friend me on FB, thinking it was an ex's friend. Nothing more to it, and there's some fairly innocent, conversational back and forth a few weeks. I mention it to my ex, we remain good friends, and she tells me that she's baffled as to why this girl, we now shall call girl 1, would have friended me, as she was not much more than a work acquaintance. Her point anyway, so girl 1 and I continue our FB dalliance, and eventually start meeting up for drinks and whatnot, just shooting the shit. Eventually it comes out that she's actually just come out of a relationship, and she's looking for unattached adult fun. We proceed to have that fun over some time, 99% in bed, the rest just chats. This goes on for a few months. Only once in a while she would talk about her ex, but only ever in passing. As time passes, the fun fizzles, and we move on in life, still stay in touch, but no more such time romps. Sometime after, I have another girl hit me up on FB. Essentially the same situation occurs. Seems like I'm a good times rebound guy. Again, only ever casually mentions ex, and our dynamic is 99% in bed. Time passes, I stay in touch with both of them, and they've moved on in life, from what I gathered. They both talk about how they've rekindled with their exes, and I'm happy for them. I've moved on with life too, but will always treasure the crazy amounts of filthy, superbly hot sex I'd had with both of them. Thing is right, I start seeing photos of girl 1 on her FB, in the same country girl 2 comes from, which, my heart tells me, is coincidental at best, right? I mean, like, literally anyone could come from the same country, except the identity of who's taking girl 1's photos is a mystery. Girl 2, at some point in time, gets back into contact with me, and we start having some cam style sex arrangements, living in different countries at this point, and girl 2 does a lot of international travel as well, but I can tell we actually book a destination that we could meet somewhere down the track, and about 48 hours from that rendezvous, girl 2 messages me and tells me that she's unable to come, as she feels that her rekindling with the ex makes her feel uneasy about our arrangement, which I totally respect, and I have a holiday on my own. It should be noted that girl 2 contacts me from what I gather is a secret FB account. Time passes again. More photos of girl 1 in exotic destinations with secret camera person until one day. It's a photo of girl 1 and girl 2 in an exotic location. And then it hits me. I feel used. So used. PS. They're now married. Happened to me earlier this year. For context that will be important later, I work in hours for a well-known corporation and my parents have been divorced since 2010. I was at work when my sister texted me a screenshot of a Facebook message. It was a girl in her mid-20s who was asking my sister to help her to get in touch with me, though she did not say why. I told my sister that it was probably just a crazy person who wanted a job with my company and saw that I was in hours there. There have been enough weirdos friending me on LinkedIn over the last few years that it seemed like the most logical explanation. Didn't think more about it until I talked to my mom later in the day and found out that she had received a similar message from the same person. When I saw my wife that evening, she had a message as well. At this point I was a little worried that we were dealing with an actual crazy person. My wife brought up the possibility that, since I had taken the 23andMe genetic test a few years back and was sharing my results, maybe it was a distant relative who was just a little too excited about genealogy. I thought it was unlikely, but decided I would check the site later that night, which I did from my phone while I was taking a dump about an hour after dinner. Good thing I was already pupping, because I would have anyway when I saw the results. She was my half-sister. After a brief moment of shock I called my dad and asked him why I had a half-sister showing up on my genetic matches. He said that he would be over later. We were staying at his place for a few weeks waiting to take occupancy of our new house, but he didn't sound overly concerned, which was weird given the circumstances. He showed up about an hour later with my mom. They proceeded to explain to me that they had trouble conceiving and that my biological father was actually an anonymous sperm donor. They were under the impression that his sample was only used to create me and my sister, but that was obviously not the case. I went from having one sibling to at least 9 that I know of. I've been in contact with some of them, and it's been pretty cool getting to know them. Also, it totally explained why I have sheety calves. During my senior year of high school, my friend's home life started to fall apart. His dad was a massive alcoholic who had lost most of their money day trading. His mom started to use the kids as weapons against their dad, leading to a Cold War type situation in the house. None of the kids wanted to take sides, but eventually each one was pulled into one scheme or another. They'd hide things, sneak things to secret storage units, go to events with one parent over the other, etc. The most ridiculous situation came when their mother asked my friend's little brother to steal the key to the mailbox and secretly get it copied at the hardware store. She claimed that the father was stealing her mail in order to make her miss important correspondences and look like an unfit mother for court proceedings. This was obviously crazy talk, but the brother had the key made regardless. A few months later, the mom asked my friend's brother to copy the key again. Apparently the lock had been changed. She claimed that the father had bugged the house, was monitoring everyone's texts, and was basically employing their little sister as a spy to have a full grasp on everything happening in the house. That's how he knew the key was copied. More crazy talk. Well, all this kept happening for a long time. We left for college and eventually came back the next summer. Due to other family drama it wound up that for about 2 weeks, my friend and his brother were living at home by themselves. Obviously they turned the house into a den of underage drinking and weed smoking. Soon someone had the idea to go looking for some of the bongs and weed paraphernalia that had been confiscated by the parents over the years. So we went into the father's room. We found the bongs, but we also found so much more. He had an entire dresser full of unopened mail. He had stacks of printed out text conversations from every member of the family. He had surveillance equipment. He also had a bunch of weed and a double-sided dildo, but that part isn't important. Turns out the mom wasn't crazy. In school we once went to see a court case. Everyone told me that it wasn't going to be like in the movies. But let me tell you, It was pretty exciting. We already knew beforehand that the accused had pled guilty and we therefore assumed that it was going to be a quick case, but so much was unraveled. So, the case was about a guy that had robbed another guy in the middle of the night. During the trial the judge asked the accused why he had robbed that person at the exact spot he did. It happened at 4 AM after all. And the accused was like no reason. Turned out it happened in front of a brothel from where the person/accuser just came out. And the robber was sort of nice enough to try to save that guy's dignity and tried not to mention it. Also, I imagined that this whole situation was so much more awkward for the accuser because a whole class of 17-year-old girls was there watching him. Then the accuser was super annoyed and talked about how the robber had tried to apologize to him and how he wasn't going to accept that apology. And the judge was all like, yeah, that doesn't really matter in a legal setting. Then they talked about the robber's immigrant background and how he had already been married and that didn't work out. Although he was only about 21 and some more family drama. It truly felt like a crazy soap opera. Then in the break, the robber even began talking to one of us girls and our teacher was super into it and hoped to get some intel into the case. I wouldn't say it was one big plot twist, but truly a roller coaster of events and in general a very weird afternoon. I've told this story on Reddit before, but never in real life. It was one of the biggest plot twists in my life. I was about 14. Don't remember my exact age, although I could reverse engineer it. I had never kissed a girl, never really had a girlfriend. I was a gawky and introverted nerd living in a little town. Didn't have many friends, and not all that crazy about most of the few I did have. I was the smartest kid in my class, but scrawny and unathletic. In the span of a few years I had somehow gone from being one of the cool kids in my grade to being one of the people who are mostly ignored by the cool kids. I felt alone and isolated most of the time. My older brother gets married and they have a major wedding reception at her parents' house in a town about 10 miles away from my hometown. 2 bars. No one cares if kids are drinking. This house is an old mansion in a hick town in the Midwest. Has about 20 rooms. I've had some drinks and I'm feeling good when someone tells me that one of the bridesmaids has a little sister my age who thinks I'm cute. I eventually find her. It's a huge party and we chat for a bit and hit it off. She's pretty and seems bright and funny and nice. I have visions of having a real girlfriend for the first time. I feel like this could be a turning point in my life. I've met a cool girl and she actually seems to like me. Between the alcohol buzz and the unexpected situation, I feel like a little kid who has come downstairs on Christmas morning and found everything he wants under the tree, plus a bunch of other great stuff he didn't even know existed. We roam off, holding hands, and find an empty room. We sit on a little couch and talk some more. Finally, I work up my nerve and I kiss a girl for the first time in my life. And she pukes in my mouth and runs out of the room. TLDR. Alcohol bringeth and alcohol taketh away. I'm an Australian who was born in New Zealand, moved to Australia as a 9-year-old, and spent a decade in China. Anyhow, I worked a part-time job in Beijing for a while. Had a Kiwi colleague whose surname was the same as my dad's original surname. My father and mother had both changed their surnames to a new shared surname when they got hitched because of family baggage on my father's side. While I have a sprawling extended family on my mother's side, on my dad's side it was just him and a grandpa I met once when I was a kid. Anyhow, first remark one day that his surname was the same as dad's. He asked where my dad came from. I said the tiny town in New Zealand, and he said yeah, that's where I'm from and there aren't many of us with that name. I emailed my dad for a family tree. He sent one, and the next day I compared notes with that colleague. The relevant parts were identical except for a question mark on his where my grandfather should have been. Apparently our grandparents were brothers and mine had fled town. I found my second cousin from a tiny town in New Zealand because I had been seated next to him in an office in Beijing. Funniest part? Our boss faking loathed that cousin of mine but couldn't fire him, and then he accidentally hired a second person from the same goddamn family. So this is not so much a plot twist as a neat little coincidence. So my girlfriend and I currently live in Taiwan and have been for nearly 2 years now. We will be leaving soon to go back to South Africa to pursue other interests anyway. We are both fans of tattoos, and so we decided a while back to get each other's Chinese names, which are given to us when we arrived, tattooed on our as before we leave. So we go looking for the closest tattoo shop, as it's not a big job, so we did not feel the need to research as thoroughly as we did before our other ones. Luckily there is a shop literally 2 minutes walk from our place. So we go in to suss the place out and look at the guy's work. The tattoo artist doesn't speak any English, and our Mandarin is not great either. So he calls his brother to come translate. So we get it all booked and sorted, and our appointment was for that coming Sunday. We arrive on Sunday and start getting it done. His brother is there, and we are all chatting away happily. His mom is also there taking photos, and being the typical embarrassing mom, it's a family business and the whole family is tatted up and seems super proud of their tattoo artist son. Anyway, my girlfriend gets hers done, and then while we are waiting for the stencil to dry on Myers, the artist invites me out for a smoke outside. We are smoking, and I notice this tattoo on his neck and the style looks very familiar. So I pointed it out and said the tattoo artist's name, which is Dr. He nodded and smiled and said yes doctor. I then pulled up my sleeve to show him my first tattoo, which was also done by Dr. Now this blew both our minds, because Dr. is a South African artist and as far as I knew hadn't traveled, although he must have, because I knew this guy hadn't been to SA. But to randomly stumble into a shop in Asia that's a couple minutes walk from me and then find out the guy has been tattooed by the same guy who lives halfway across the world from there blew my mind a little bit. Anyway, not the most amazing story and nowhere near as crazy as some of these others are, but still pretty cool in my opinion. In October 2016 I go to a music festival called The Meadows in New York City to see a specific artist, Pretty Lights, with a bunch of friends. I make friends with a random kid in the crowd, Nick, and we add each other on Facebook. Fast forward to August 2017 and me and my friends are off to see Pretty Lights again, this time in Colorado. We book a party bus to take us from our Airbnb to the venue, but we have about 5 extra seats that need to be filled. My friend makes a post about it on Facebook, and who comments on it? My buddy Nick. I tell my friends he's cool, and he joins us for the show in Colorado. Fast forward a month to September 2017. Yet again me and my friends are seeing Pretty Lights, this time in New Hampshire. I talk to Nick to see if he will be there, and we plan to meet up during the show. This time the show is a camping festival. My squad camps deep in the woods so we can get the full experience. A nice couple camps next to us, and they apparently don't have too many friends in the scene, so we adopt them into our crew. First night of the show rolls around, and we all head into the venue. Nick finds my crew and we are all chilling. I'm talking to the boyfriend of the couple camping next to us when he bats his eye quickly and says, "Wait, you guys know Nick? We both went to the same high school and used to sell together." The boyfriend knows and has a history with my random friend I met a year ago in New York City. This couple could have literally camped anywhere at the entire huge pavilion camping grounds, but just so happened to camp next to us. Wild how the universe and music community works sometimes. So my younger brother lived with my dad part of the time and my mom part of the time. My older brother and I lived with my mom full time. My brother always told me strange stories about hearing noises in my dad's house and my dad acting weird. For instance, there would be a loud thud from the upstairs and my dad would clear his throat or turn up the TV. I told my brother I thought it was weird, but thought he was being paranoid. My dad was a really big guy. He used to eat dinner and then save himself meals and bring them upstairs to his man cave, where he would sometimes sleep as well. He's selfish and needed some type of getaway, all that stuff for months, possibly years. My brother started to suspect that someone was living up there. He even said it sounded like the bed was rocking and heard moans when my dad was alone up there. I started to worry for my brother's safety but sanity too. What a weird thing to think. I guess my dad's wife and my little brother would not go up there because it was my dad's area. My brothers and I all went over to my dad's for Father's Day. We were just hanging out, chatting when all of a sudden, my dad's wife screamed from upstairs. Well, my dad did have someone living up there. I guess his wife went up there for the first time in a long time. He straight up lied to his wife and told her that the girl got kicked out and needed a place to stay. She also happened to be someone my dad dated pre-marriage to current wife. EWW. Also, what the fuck? When I moved to New York City over a decade ago, I lived with 3 girls who were obsessed with pop punk and emo bands. They interned with musicians and at record labels and hung out at bars. They knew the band dudes, drank at 3 to 4 nights a week, befriended some of them, and even dated a few of the dudes. About a year and a half in, one of them met a guy who was in a semi-famous pop punk band. They really hit it off, and the dude moved in with us. He started paying rent and utilities and contributed around the house. Okay, cool. Then about 4 months later, his band released a new album, and he started touring again. He'd come home on break around maybe the 5th or 6th of the month and say that because he wasn't there on the first he shouldn't have to pay rent. He bought a giant TV for himself and would buy us toilet paper. My other roommate seemed okay with this. She cared more about the cred from this dude living with us than anything. I didn't even like his damn band. So naturally, me being a young freelancer, didn't want to shell out an extra $250 a month to cover a jerk dude I didn't care about, who I know was making $. I asked him to pay his share of the rent and told him I couldn't pay the landlord in TP. He refused, which caused a ton of roommate conflict and fights. Eventually we had a huge blow up where he told me he makes more money in a year than I'll ever make in my life. I got the fuck out of that apt and moved, hilariously, into the building next door, and my ex-roommate / his girlfriend refunded me some of that back overpaid rent money. They continued to live with the other roommate, even after they got married. I'd see them all around occasionally, and while his wife would smile, he'd refuse to make eye contact with me. Fast forward about 6 years, and one day I decide to order dinner for delivery. Guess who brings me my buffalo chicken sandwich? Mr. I make more money in a year than you'll ever make in your life. Turns out his band breaking up / retiring meant things weren't so lucrative anymore, and he was moonlighting as the delivery boy for a local restaurant. I will never ever forget the look on his face when I opened my app door that day to get my food. This will be worth the read, I promise. When I was 7, my parents fought like they wanted to kill each other. This was 30 years ago, and I can still hear their scathing vitriolic hate through the guttural incoherent screams. My mother was the one who kept the house, fed my sister and me, comforted us against the screaming madman that was my dad. He acted insane. That's what years of heroin abuse will do to you, even when you quit before your kids are born. He would react to situations in crazy ways that just did not compute to a normal person. He constantly told me my mother, the only loving constant in my life, was poisoning my sister and me against him by telling us lies about what was going on. Bullshit. I knew what I was seeing. I knew my entire childhood that I hated him, hated the way he made me feel, hated the way he treated my mom, and knew that I had to get as far away from him as possible. My mom left him and got us out of there. Fast forward almost 20 years. He's dying at 59 of cirrhosis, hepatitis C he got in his youth from a dirty needle, diabetes, and cancer in his liver. I'm trying to help us make amends, but I've never fully forgiven him, which means I never fully knew him. He tells me stories in his last month as I change his diapers. Same with my sister. We begin to out the pieces together. Just when we are getting somewhere, he dies in the night. I didn't know this, but C's was reading his journals from the divorce. He documented everything. All of the crazy things I saw as a child we could now see with adult eyes, from his perspective. This is where everything changed. Yes, he was a monster in those days, but now we understand why. Mom was cheating. She was having affairs with people from work, which is why he went insane on her. Mom didn't leave him for how he treated her. She left him for a man with more money, which is why he was treating her like that. He is not absolved, of course, but now I understand the situation. The poor man never found his happiness. His family left him not because of him, but because of his wife's infidelities. He died lonely, misunderstood, broke, and with the ire of his children. We never really knew him until he was already gone. I wish that just once I could tell him that I understand. I was making a late night munchie run to the closest convenience store, and just as I make it to the door, I see a group of people turn the corner and walk towards the door. Being my usual overcompensating self while high, I step aside and hold open the door for the group maybe 5 feet away. The group was 2 guys and a girl, and right before they enter the door one of the guys says he's going to have a smoke outside and wait for them. The whole interaction is maybe 10 seconds, and soon enough I'm on the store buying chips and pop and anything my stone brain desired. But while I'm trying to decide between Skittles and Smarties, I can hear the girl giggling while she makes a coffee. A quick glance over confirms the guy she came in with has his hands on her, nothing overtly sexual, just around her hips, and standing very close to her. They exchange a few kisses like any PDA couple would, and before I know it I'm in line with my king's ransom in snacks. They line up right behind me, and I can hear the guy going off about this girl. She's beautiful, he can't wait to get her home, ECT. So I get my snacks bagged up, paid for, and I leave the store, passing guy #3 on my way by. I return to my car just in time to see guy and girl leave the store, but guy 3 is around the corner ashing his smoke. They look for all of 2 seconds and resign to just waiting for him there and continue to make out a few feet from the door. Just then, guy 3 turns the corner and sees them and starts screaming. Everything to the effect of what the fuck is this? You're kissing him, you slutched, fuck you dude. Just yelling at them. Apparently she was guy 3's girlfriend, but got more than comfortable with guy 1. I left before I became a witness to something redneck. I have a buddy whose parents were very neglectful and whose older brother was basically a living demon. I can remember this guy tormenting everyone. Think of the bully from the movie It. Turns out the guy was far worse at home and constantly physically abused my friend. Until recently, he had 6 BB bullets in his leg from where his brother shot him once a week in the same part of his leg every week for 6 weeks and told him not to tell anyone. The abuse got way worse, but their parents didn't care and barely paid attention to anything. The older brother died of an overdose at 19 after trying heroin for the first time, and my buddy told me that he'd prayed for his death every day, and then it happened. Cut to now, like 20 years later, he's researching his parents who he had cut off contact with and have now both died. He checks out his dad's best friend's Facebook and sees the guy's son. He sends me and a few people the pics from Facebook, and sure enough this guy looks just like him, just older. So he's pretty sure they must be related. Maybe his dad cheated with his best friend's wife. So they get the requisite testing done and discover that they are brothers. Not half brothers. Brothers. His mom, whether on purpose or not, got the babies mixed up at some point and no one noticed. The guy is super awesome and my friend has the brother that he really never had. We've talked about this a lot and think that maybe the trauma of being separated from his parents at a young age and given to a much worse set of parents might have been what made his original older brother such a psycho. Bonus thing, I found a stray once who turned out to be all the way from the next city over, like a 3-hour drive. We found the owners and they were ecstatic. The dog would not leave our yard without us, so we offered to take him to them as we used to live in that city and came over to see friends every other week or so. They gave us the address, and not only was it the same building we had lived in, it was the same apartment number. Back in the 70s, my father was a long-haul truck driver. Around the time I was 6 years old or so, late 70s, he had a heart attack and thereafter stopped driving professionally. He kept a Citizen band radio in our house with a large antenna on the roof so that he could keep in touch with other drivers as they passed through our area. A few different truck drivers would stop by our house for dinner when passing through town. Some even spent the night with us on occasion. Years later in the early 90s, my father had passed away a year and a half earlier. I'm in the army stationed over 2,000 miles from home. I was invited to a barbecue held by another soldier that was married and lived off post. At the barbecue I meet his next door neighbor, and we go through the normal conversations typical in these situations. So it was normal when he asked me, "Where are you from?" I told him the state, and he replied, "I used to go there all the time before I retired." "What town?" I told him the name of the town expecting it to be one he never heard of. It is a small town, and he immediately said, I know it well. One of my oldest friends was from there. He passed away last year. He was pretty well known from what I understand. Maybe you know his family. Then he stated my dad's name. We spent the rest of the barbecue reminiscing about my dad together. It allowed both of us to find some closure that had been missing in regards to my father's death. This is going to get buried, but it's good. Well, it's actually kind of faking awful. New kid comes to my high school. He's pretty popular. Plays sports. Hangs with pretty much the popular boys. Gets himself a cute girlfriend. He spends weekends hanging out at the girl's house with friends, going to parties etc. Graduation approaches and cool kid is suddenly off the grid completely. No one can get in touch with him. This is when people realize they've never been to his place. They don't know how to reach him. Now that his cell is off, they ask the principal, but she's not talking. Turns out they 21 jump streeted the high school. He was an undercover officer. 17 kids don't get to graduate for selling a controlled substance on school grounds. Okay, I get most of them. You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes, but Officer High School took things a bit far in a few instances. I'm sure you'll see the first. A girlfriend. Really? She was devastated. He claimed they never did anything, and her parents were always home, but who knows. Second was one kid in particular who this officer had heard was a dealer, but couldn't get him to sell to him on school grounds. He bothered that kid over and over, badgering him, until he finally relented. The kid had turned his life around just to be faked over. The guy had 16 others. Did he need to push past all the objections? I don't think so. I was so disgusted I didn't follow the story much after that. I know some parents were fighting it, but I don't think they got anywhere. My law school was one big plot twist. First, over the auditorium was the sign, "Abandon all hope, ye who enter here." Good start. That anecdote in Paper Chase about people cutting cases out of books so people couldn't complete legal writing and research assignments? Literally true at my law school. Yes, I went in the dinosaur era when, even though we had electronic research, we still had to learn the old-fashioned way. Oh, and my crim prof was so old he actually helped author the original model penal code in the 40s. He truly believed marital rape was not a crime. So, the bizarre things that happened. The first is slightly after law school. One of my classmates perpetrated what was at the time one of the larger art frauds ever to have been committed on eBay, an emerging tech at the time. A guy in the year below me was an MD, switching careers. He put himself through a law school picking up shifts in the many eds in town. He was kind of a phenom, recognized around school. This was mid-90s, so cell phones were very rare. My first was an absolute brick, and my first plan had a whopping 10 minutes a month. Definitely for emergencies only. So, Dr. Lawyer Esquire liked to kayak in the bay. He happened to be kayaking when someone attempted to jump from a bridge to their death. Dr. Lawyer Esquire kayaked as over-educated as over there, rendered emergency aid, and used his very uncommon cell phone to call for help. He saved the man's life, and landed a cell phone advertising job in the process. He starred in ads touting his phone and the network helping him save a life. Plot twist. He was arrested a few years later and convicted of murder for throwing his infant child out the window of a high-rise building. Finally, when I was a 2L, I think, or 3L, committed suicide. Not all that uncommon, sadly. He had gone to the park and doused himself with gasoline and handcuffed himself to a tree. He then called his girlfriend, who had just broken up with him, and told her to look out her window, which overlooked the park. He then set himself on fire. Plot twist. His name was Phoenix. No, really. His legal given name was Phoenix. We called the school Island of the Broken Toys. It was one of the best law schools in the country, but oh my god, so massively dysfunctional. Suicides, students living out of their cars, one student paying for law school by betting on horse racing, etc. It was a time. 2003, I attended my freshman year of college in Connecticut. I brought my high school yearbook along with my stuff. I must have lost it at some point. I'm not exactly sure when or how. The next year I transferred to another university in New York 2006. I'm visiting relatives in Connecticut for the holidays, and I went to the mall to do some Christmas shopping. While I was there, I bumped into an acquaintance of mine from high school. I'll call him M. Hey, KGB 33. Didn't you have the nickname B33 back in high school? Me. Yeah. Why, M. At the tattoo parlor where I work, there's a high school yearbook from our graduation year, and all the signatures inside are addressed to B33. Nobody knows how it got there, but it's been there at least a year or two. At this point in my life I had never set foot in a tattoo parlor, much less the one he was talking about. It's located several miles from where I had attended my freshman year of college. First I called them, and they confirmed that they did, in fact, have my yearbook. I drove down there to pick it up. They had all read it and seen the signatures. They talked about B33, and they had speculated what kind of person B33 would be. In a bizarre sort of way, they were all sort of starstruck when I was there. They were finally meeting B33 in person. It was all very strange. I collected my yearbook, thanked them, and went on my merry way. It's still in perfect condition. TLDR, I lost my yearbook in college. It surfaced in a tattoo parlor, years later, miles away, in perfect condition. No one knows how it got there. My first job was working at a church. I was half facilities and half tech guy. I had made a video for our Acres Christmas program that all the parents would get to see. It had every kid answering funny questions like, how big do you think God is? Stuff like that. Point in the video, I asked this one kid that question and without hesitation, he responds, my dad's even bigger. The teacher working with me leans over and makes me promise to keep that line in the video. So I find the perfect spot for it in the final cut, thinking it's hilarious. The program goes super smoothly. Video is a hit. I'm waiting to lock up the doors when everyone exits, and this family will not leave. They are taking a million photos by the stage set. I'm about to do the whole light flicker time to leave thing when that teacher just about slaps my hand from the light switch. She tells me to wait just a moment longer. Sure enough, they finally leave. 2 weeks later, I'm putting in a slideshow in the computer for a funeral. I watch it once through to make sure it's all working. I start to recognize the family as the very family I almost kicked out. And the last photo was of them at our Christmas program. The man who died was the father of the boy who I was told to keep in the video. And he had this look on his face, like he was on top of the world. Even though cancer pushed him down in a wheelchair, his son thought he was bigger than God. When my daddy was my age, he had a big group of friends who basically had one thing in common. We'd point one day, while getting high, he made a comment about thinking this guy in their group was gay. It was the 60s, mind you, and the guy was like, nah dude, X is dating Y, and daddy thought to himself, yes, the school bull D***, his words not mine, but he laughed it off. Yeah never mind. And he genuinely thought that his homie was too high to remember, but he did, and while he was getting high with X he said, yo, homie thinks you're gay, but then I reminded him of Y and yeah, isn't that nuts? But X apparently had a mini heart attack. Yeah, crazy guy. Must have been the weed. But the next day he showed up at the Chinese restaurant my daddy washed dishes at. Don't get me started on why a white boy was washing dishes in a Chinese restaurant in the 60s. That's a whole other can of worms, and confronted him point. But let me first describe X. A very petite guy. Long golden hair, slender, almost dainty. Wore a delicate tennis bracelet, and was the cleanest, most well put together guy he'd ever met. Also, very androgynous. Like, if dude hadn't had the biggest, most prominent Adam's apple ever, you might have assumed he was a girl. So X was not there to start a fight. So his boss says, done son, you have friend here. Take break, but come back in 15 minutes. Last name is Dunn, so that's why it's done son. Daddy goes out back, and X is waiting for him, and X asks, how did you know? And he's like, know what? That I'm, gay. He looked him up and down and is like, why? Cause I thought I was hiding it well. I have a /girlfriend/ and he's, yes, the butchest BLLDKE to have ever existed. You don't kiss, you don't hold hands, you walk next to one another in the hallway from class to class. Look, bro, you're dainty. You're the cleanest motherfucker I've ever met, and your nails are practically manicured. And then he says, I don't know man, there's just something about you that just says gay. So the guy says that they'll have to start holding hands and being affectionate, and he's like, no, if you two start being love-a-dove, people are gonna start questioning it. No one else probably knows. I don't know. I don't know why I noticed. And X says, will you tell me when I do one of those gay things? And he rolls his eyes and says, yeah, I got you, bro. I'm not gonna let no one fuck with you. Later on that summer they went on a float trip and X insisted on being in the same canoe as my daddy. There's about 20 or so people there and plenty of weed. So they start going down the river and X taps him on the shoulder. Hey, how many are here? And he's like 25 or so. I didn't know we needed a head count. And X is like, no, how many gays are here? He shot him a look, scanned the gathered stoners and said 9. X is like 9, I counted 8. And daddy was like, are we counting BLL's girlfriend? And X goes, oh, I forgot she brought her girlfriend. Yes, she counts. And for the next couple of years, until daddy moved to another town, he was this guy's gay detector. Anytime he started doing something super feminine, daddy would give him a "you're doing a thing" look when they were around people that might not have been okay with the gay point. TLDR, my daddy had gaydar in the 60s, but he used his powers to protect the baby gays. This actually did happen to a real person, and the real person was me. I had gone to catch a train. This was April 1976, in Cambridge, UK. I was a bit early for the train. I'd gotten the time of the train wrong. I went to get myself a newspaper to do the crossword, and a cup of coffee and a packet of cookies. I went and sat at a table. I want you to picture the scene. It's very important that you get this very clear in your mind. Here's a table, newspaper, cup of coffee, packet of cookies. There's a guy sitting opposite me, perfectly ordinary looking guy wearing a business suit, carrying a briefcase. It didn't look like he was going to do anything weird. What he did was this: he suddenly leaned across, picked up the packet of cookies, tore it open, took one out, and ate it. Now this, I have to say, is the sort of thing the British are very bad at dealing with. There's nothing in our background, upbringing, or education that teaches you how to deal with someone who in broad daylight has just stolen your cookies. You know what would happen if this had been South Central Los Angeles? There would have very quickly been gunfire, helicopters coming in, CNN, you know. But in the end, I did what any red-blooded Englishman would do. I ignored it. And I stared at the newspaper, took a sip of coffee, tried to do a clue in the newspaper, couldn't do anything, and thought, what am I going to do? In the end I thought, nothing for it, I'll just have to go for it, and I tried very hard not to notice the fact that the packet was already mysteriously opened. I took out a cookie for myself. I thought, that settled him. But it hadn't, because a moment or two later he did it again. He took another cookie. Having not mentioned it the first time, it was somehow even harder to raise the subject the second time around. Excuse me, I couldn't help but notice. I mean, it doesn't really work. We went through the whole packet like this. When I say the whole packet, I mean there were only about 8 cookies, but it felt like a lifetime. He took one, I took one, he took one, I took one. Finally, when we got to the end, he stood up and walked away. Well, we exchanged meaningful looks, then he walked away, and I breathed a sigh of relief and sat back. A moment or two later the train was coming in, so I tossed back the rest of my coffee, stood up, picked up the newspaper, and underneath the newspaper were my cookies. The thing I like particularly about this story is the sensation that somewhere in England there has been wandering around for the last quarter century a perfectly ordinary guy who's had the same exact story, only he doesn't have the punchline, excerpted from The Salmon of Doubt, Hitchhiking the Galaxy One Last Time by Douglas Adams. I was never much of a rebel child, but when I was in high school, my parents told me that they'd disown me if I ever got a tattoo. Fast forward to college, and I was 21 with a tattooed boyfriend who invited me to join him in the ranks of inked people. So I drew the North Star on my left ankle for months before I agreed, and one night around 10 PM, he took me to face my slight distaste for needles. We didn't think for 1 second that the parlor might be closed. We walked right in, and the lone guy behind the counter said he'd ink my little 1-inch cross-like Polaris onto my ankle in about 5 minutes. I was happy to hear it, and I was hoping it'd be cheap, because I had exactly $60 in my purse which needed to last me through the end of the month. Turns out 1. The parlor had been closed for 2 hours. 2. This was the guy's first time tattooing a human. Before this he'd just practiced on pigskin. And 3. The parlor had a $50 minimum charge for tattooing services, regardless of the size. So, when the asymmetrical star was complete, I handed over all $60 I had to my name, base charge $50 plus $10 tip, and we left. My sweet boyfriend thought the pain of my now being completely broke for 3 weeks and possibly also disowned by my parents might be lessened if he bought me a 1.5 liter of wine. So we stopped at Winn-Dixie on the way home and acquired the Mallard Point. And when we got back out to the parking lot, lying on the ground right outside my passenger door, as if waiting for me to return, were 3 crisp $20 bills folded together. $60 to replace the $60 I'd just spent on my first tattoo point, so my parents couldn't disown me, because the universe itself approved of my tattoo. It was a plot twist for the staff involved, but the manager was pulling the strings. I worked at a construction company in the office as a project manager. My boss who ran the entire company was getting fed up with a few of our field staff. They were talented folks, but were a little too rough around the edges, and had pissed off a few clients on a few different jobs. They were always holding the fact that they were talented over his head to squeeze for extra pay at every chance. Like when we were overbooked/understaffed, they would threaten a walkout to get more money. They didn't always work together, but my boss put them all on the same project, working out of town, where they were being put up, and given a healthy per diem point the first week they were pretty mild, just hitting the bars pretty heavily from Tuesday to Thursday, showing up hungover every day. By the middle of the second week they were closing down the bar, had picked up some party friends, and continued the party at the motel. It wasn't quite Fear and Loathing, but the room was destroyed. They got kicked out and were still drinking at 5 AM. They had to call their wives to get them out of lockup and missed the rest of the week. They were fired for cause. I asked the manager what the hell he was thinking putting them together. He should have seen this coming. His response? Exactly. I have been looking for a good time to get rid of those fakers. I'm sick of being their babysitter. It was his plan all along. He didn't know exactly what would happen, but it would be bad enough to let them go. Straight out of college, I worked at this really shitty website company that basically scammed people out of their hard-earned money for crappy blogs that I and one other employee, let's call her Amy, designed. It was just us for a while and we became sort of work friends as the company grew. We hired on new people and we eventually outgrew the building we were in and moved to a larger facility. During this growth spurt, Amy managed to convince management to hire on her brother, let's call him David, as a content editor for pre-written articles that our company sold to people for their blogs. Over the course of my working there, I became really close friends with both the Amy and her David. We hung out at work, after work, went to dinner, went to movies, threw parties, etc. Through this time spent together I slowly learned that they both had significant others, and we'd often have long conversations about them as a group. I was always curious about these boyfriend/girlfriend because their stories about each were often hilarious and pretty dramatic. Often, we'd all be hanging out at their place for a movie night with other coworkers and some of the guy would come on to Amy and she'd kind of encourage it. I'd always turn to David mentioning, "Doesn't Amy have a boyfriend?" David would just reply, "I don't control my sister's love life." Sometimes we'd three go to a Chili's to eat endless chips and salsa and just talk, and sometimes those topics covered their significant others and why they were pissing them off at the time, musing about how great things used to be and what they missed about them. Flash forward to the company starting to make its first round of layoffs as it slowly dies. David was one of the first casualties. Both Amy and I were devastated and decided to take him out afterwards to talk about it. So I'm sitting there across the table from them, and David goes, well, since I no longer work for that shithole, I guess I can reveal something to you that may change the way you think of me. Point in a moment that felt like the ending of M. Night Shyamalan movie, he uttered, the reason you never met my girlfriend was that Amy is my girlfriend. They both looked at each other, laughed and then kissed. In slow motion, every moment spent with them played back through my mind's eye, and all the weird moments of them talking about these invisible people they were dating at the time, how they'd shoot each other odd glances during awkward situations, how they'd both vanish into a back room during a party for 30 minutes at a time, all of a sudden made sense now. Amy said that the only way that she knew she could get her boyfriend hired was if she convinced everyone that he was actually her brother. They fooled everyone for about 2 years. It honestly blew my mind in the moment, despite it sounding pretty goddamn obvious typing it out now. We are still to this day very good friends. Doubt this'll be seen, but fact it. Knew a guy in middle school who I was basic acquaintances with. Not really friends per se, but I knew him enough to say hi in passing, chat during lunch, and have random conversations with. Fast forward a few years, we've gone our separate ways, and I'm attending a private high school with the faking best science teacher ever. This woman gave me the impetus to pursue a career in veterinary medicine, and became something of a mentor to me in HS. Another few years pass, and I reconnect with a female friend of mine from middle school who is currently dating that guy I knew. However, after a year or so of them on again / off again dating, he calls it quits for good. Not 2 weeks later she asks him if he wants my number, as I'm single at the moment. He accepts and we progress from casual friends to good friends and eventually start dating. Fast forward another year or so, and he's got a family get together at his godmother's house for the Christmas season. We walk in, I'm saying hello to all the new PPL, and hoping I can keep names and faces straight. As we make our way into the kitchen, I get this niggling feeling I recognize one of the younger girls I'd just passed in the living room. Just as I'm trying to figure out where I know this person from, I'm introduced to the best friend of my boyfriend's godmother, my faking high school science teacher. Twist, the girl I'd half recognized was my ex-teacher's daughter, who I hadn't seen since she was around 10 years old. She'd join us on most of the HS field trips, as they were mostly geared toward the science class. The boyfriend and I are getting married in the spring of next year. Kid steals my bike from the backyard. I catch him mid-act and take a picture. He drops the bike and flees on foot. Runs down the alley. Call cops. Sit on front porch to wait for cops. Same kid walks up to neighbor's porch. Rings bell. Lays out Teen Mac game on Teen Girl Neighbor. I sit there and drink my juice. I listen. He starts bragging about stealing bikes in the neighborhood. Brags about almost getting caught stealing my bike. Talks about me like I'm a huge fat bitch who ran after him while he flipped me off and ran backwards. I drink my juice and he gives me the chin up what's I return chin up what's Bad boy Mac game working. When the cops pull up, he takes off. I yell to the cops, that's the kid who tried to steal my bike. My girlfriend at the time had her bike stolen from my yard, and I hoped it would be the same kid. Cops catch him. He thought he ran further away. Teen girl neighbor watches him as he cries, and when shown the picture I took of him, he confesses. My girlfriend shows up. He confesses to stealing her bike. His aunt shows up and hits him with a flip-flop. Cops ask what I want to do. I still have my bike, so what? Send him to juvie and sheet. No. I make him tell the girl the true story. He's still crying. Show her the picture of the kid, all scared and freaking out, too panicked to even get a good look at my face. I ask him to apologize for calling me a fat bitch. I was like a skinny 6 foot 170 at the time. My girlfriend arranges with his aunt to clean her car 3 times a week for a month and return her bike. He does. He only cleaned her car the first week and a half though. That was the best and most unexpected cork block I ever managed to pull. He didn't see that sheet coming. Nosy. I think this counts as a plot twist. My old supervisor had been with the company I work at now for 6 years. He was there when I started, and I got to know him pretty well. He always seemed like he looked out for the employees he was in charge of, and told us stuff like how he would try to get us raises but it never working out with upper management. He got a new boss a year ago and told us all kinds of stories about him. Things like how this new boss didn't like us and stuff like that. About 6 months ago my supervisor quits and goes to another job, leaving us worried about this new boss. Anyway, turns out this new boss is super nice and actually cares about us as people more so than employees. I didn't get a raise this year at my review because my old supervisor told me that this new boss didn't believe in raises. My husband recently had some pretty extensive dental work done and money has been tight, so I decided to go to this new boss myself and ask about a raise. I go in and start pleading my case to him and he says, "You didn't get a raise this year? Let me go talk to payroll." About an hour later he comes back. He found out that I actually haven't gotten a raise in 2 years. He then tells me apparently your old supervisor has been spreading a bunch of stories about me. I approved a raise for you this year, but he just never turned the paperwork in for the raise to go through. The same thing also happened last year with that raise. Anyway, he got everything sorted out and I got a nice check to make up for the difference in my pay. Point TLDR, old supervisor made the new supervisor look bad when really he was the one who sucked. I bet no one's gonna read this, but can't sleep, so what the hell. Point my first real girlfriend ever in 3rd grade was named Dana. We must have only gone out for like 2 weeks tops, but it felt like a lifetime to me back then. We sort of stayed friends for a bit afterwards, but ended up drifting apart as time went by, as you do. Point her parents owned and still own, I think, this Mediterranean restaurant called Lashish that has really good falafels, but that's not important. So fast forward several years to sometime in the mid 2000s. It was a hot summer day and school was out. I was hanging out with some friends around town earlier, but was now on my own and somehow ended up in a JCPenney. Point I walk over to this big rectangular bin full of random toys, gadgets, and games that always seemed full of the same things. I normally walked past it, but for whatever reason I decide to check it out this time. As I'm rummaging through the mountain of stuff, I find this huge off-brand Etch-a-Sketch that catches my eye. So, I start messing around with it, drawing and writing anything that comes to mind. Now, I don't know why I did this. To this day it boggles my mind, but Dana come up in my head at that moment. I've tried to reason that it might have been my brain connecting her to some song playing over the crappy store speakers or whatnot. Point anyway, I remember her. And I feel this bittersweet, nostalgia-induced melancholic feeling for her. And how she was my first crush, first girlfriend, if I could call it that, which I did, lol. It was one of those rare moments in a kid's life where you realize that time doesn't stand still, that things change, and that you can't be young forever. I wondered where she was, what she was up to now. Point this was all before smartphones / social media / etc. A simpler time. Point so, I take the giant Etch-a-Sketch and begin writing her name in nice big all caps, followed by a message that read, "You'll always be my first," with my name signed on the bottom corner and a nice heart thrown in for giggles. I place it back in the bin and move on to the next aisle. A couple minutes later I turn the corner, ready to leave, when I see her, Dana, standing in front of the clearance bin, looking inside, one hand on her face, her eyes widening as she reads the Etch-a-Sketch. No freaking way. How? Why? My brain tells my legs to move away slowly, but my body's frozen. She looks up and sees me. I don't know what to do or say. I smile awkwardly and manage to blurt out a "Hey, you." Her face a nice mixture of surprise, shock, unease, and a little fear for good measure. "Hi," she replies, and I feel my stomach sinking. Great, she must think I'm stalking her. I must look like such a creep. "Did you do this?" she asks. Yeah, I don't know why, it's nothing. Sorry, I'm okay, bye." And I rushed nervously out the door. I never saw her again. Never had the chance to explain why I did it. How improbable the chances of us meeting and seeing what I had done were. Point maybe one day we'll meet again. Maybe then I'll get to tell her this crazy story. Till next time, Dana, you'll always be my first. When I was in high school I met a guy through church. We got along pretty well, both involved in the classical music world, ECT. Common interest bullshit. Long story short, we made the ill-advised decision to get married. At this point I'm 20, He's 23. I start having a known medical issues, but no health insurance, and it takes me a few months after we get married to qualify for it through my job. Everything is pretty normal for a newlywed couple otherwise. So, I finally get insurance and I immediately take my fatigues to the doctor. He tells me I have a large mass in my abdomen. He doesn't know what it is, and he doesn't want to wait to find out, since it's already so big, to the point where people were asking me how far along I was in my pregnancy, and if I knew the gender yet. I'm in an operating room for a virtually blind surgery 2 weeks later. Turns out the large mass was approximately 20 pounds of ovarian cancer which entangled my left ovary that also had to be removed. Obviously major surgery requires major recovery. I was out of the game for about a month before I was really able to start doing normal stuff again. I going stir crazy. My husband tells me his female friend joined the military and is having a giant birthday bash. I tag along. Now I'm still in recovery, so I can't really drink much. Most of everyone goes upstairs to continue drinking and smoking and using other less than legal substances, my husband included. I have no issues with it cause I don't want to be a buzzkill. The party winds down. We go home. The next day, I'm on our computer, and I find pictures he emailed to himself of him cheating on me at the party. Giant confrontation. I leave. I move on with my life. He moves in with my best friend. She and I work at the same store. Different shifts, but regardless, it got very awkward very quickly. I hear things through the coworker grapevine, but otherwise stay out of their lives to the best of my ability. Then one night one of our store vendors came in. He was aware that she and I were close, but unaware of everything leading to the falling out. He asks me if I knew how she was holding up. I ask what he means. You didn't hear? Her best friend just got diagnosed with testicular cancer. You know, that guy that she lives with. A couple months later, he had his ball removed. That's right folks, my husband who cheated on me while I was recovering from losing my ovary lost his balls some months later 7 years later. I'm in a happy healthy relationship of 5 years with an amazing guy, and my now ex-husband is still stalking me on social media. This will probably get buried, but I was at a party in high school with a couple friends. About 4 hours and we had settled down in the living room. I was sitting on an armchair, one friend was sitting on the couch with another buddy and a girl from our school, and there was a girl from a nearby school was sitting on the floor in front of the couch. He was really drunk, but having a great time just talking shit and macking on the girl he was sitting next to on the couch. He was a chubby kid at the time and really didn't have a chance with her, but she didn't seem too bothered by it and participated for fun. Out of nowhere starts to throw up, turns his head not to throw up on the girl he was hitting on, and in doing so pukes directly on top of the girl from the nearby school's head. She freaks out, starts apologizing profusely, and offers to help clean up. She asks my other friend, whose house it is, to use the shower to clean the puke out of her hair, and he lets her. They go to the bathroom together. We hear the shower turn on, think nothing of it, and go back to talking. About 10 minutes later my friend whose house it is calls me over to the bathroom door with a mix of incredulousness and amusement on his face. When I get close to the door I can hear moaning over the sounds of the shower. I literally stand there for a minute listening and laughing because I can't believe it, and then go over to the kitchen to get another beer because I feel awkward standing there listening. 0.5 more minutes pass and my buddy comes outside, clothes soaking wet and dripping water everywhere, with the biggest, goofiest drunk faking grin on his face. He looks at my friend and I who we sitting at the breakfast bar next to the bathroom door and just says, she was into it, and that night entered the book of legends. Same guy got me onto Reddit. Rest easy buddy. I get on board my 12-hour plane ride from Tel Aviv to Newark. Ticket shows seat 2E. I go to seat 2E. A lady is in my seat. Her ticket also is for 2E. This is business class. She's a sophisticated middle-aged upper-class woman, well-dressed, and she offers to move seats and I tell her there's no way she's moving seats. She then points out to me that the ticket is for gate B7 and this is flight gate B9, and I immediately wonder how the most secure airport in the world, where I literally go through 6 security checkpoints from hotel to plane seat, how they could then mistake my ticket and scan me into the wrong plane. I tell the woman I'll get a flight attendant and that I'd never ask her to move. The flight attendant's eyes go wide and then he controls himself and says he'll walk me back to the ticket desk and escort me to gate B7. But on the way out another flight attendant said that gate B7 had been switched to B9 and so the ticket should show this discrepancy and be correct. I tell the new flight attendant about the woman in seat 2E and she looks at my ticket, checks the roster in her papers. It shows the woman's name. She looks at my ticket, eyes wide, now speaking in a different language to people around her. I'd be freaking out too except I just don't care and then she looks at my ticket with more scrutiny and the date of the departure was yesterday. I had been looking at my ticket for the flight that had been cancelled yesterday. Yeah. I didn't see this guy I flirted with a lot in HS until a couple years after we graduated. We found each other on FB, started flirting and talking. In conversation, he said his ex-girlfriend had a son that he thought was his, but turned out not to be. I'm like cool, whatever, let's chill. We meet up later that week and make out all night. He asks me to be his girl. Cool, I'm down. He is cute, sweet, hilarious and I have known him since 6th grade. I trust him. The next day he is like come through to my apt. Cool, I'll be there. He sounds excited. I'm excited. We text about it all day. Next day I text him and no response. Late that night he replied that he was in the because he was sick. Okay cool, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Next day comes along. I hear nothing from him. Until late that night he texts me a long explanation that he found out he has a brain tumor, yes he spelled it that way, and that he didn't want to get serious because he might die. Cuts the convo short, doesn't answer my calls, and says don't tell anyone we know, meaning my best friend Anna who knew him from grade school too. So cue the freak out. He is going to die. How is this happening? I hope he is okay. Why doesn't he want me to be in his life though? I'm like 19 so this is the end of the world that someone I cared for and knew well was terminally ill. I knew this could be BS, but just couldn't wrap my head around someone lying about cancer. I didn't think that was possible. Even for his epic misspelling of tumor. I'm like, he didn't get any brochure from the doc with the word on it. Later, I realize he blocked me on FB because our messages were blank. I text Anna like what? She is friends with him, goes to his page, and sees his profile and cover picture are of him and the ex-girlfriend that were not there before. I can't make this shit up. I never thought someone was capable of that. We were talking at this time for like a week. It would not have been a big deal if he was honest, like I'm going back with my ex. Okay dude, it's been a week or two since you all even broke up and you have a kid. I would not have been surprised or judged him. Literal trash. I live in an area full of student apartments that is probably the party capital of this half of the country, if not the whole country. Thursday through Sunday, you don't have to go downtown to go bar hopping. You can just go party hopping at the apartments and it's almost the same thing. Except the drinks are shittier, but that's part of the charm of course. So late at night around here there are some interesting conversations to be had between drunk people wandering around. So after a night of partying I was walking home around 2 or 3 in the morning when I found myself within earshot of a couple of other guys walking the same direction who probably were not sober enough to realize I'd be able to hear them at my distance. They were talking about girlfriends. I just have to be careful she doesn't find out. I think she's starting to get suspicious I might be faking someone else, but she doesn't really know. Wow, okay douche. Anyway, other guy replies, yeah, I know, that kinda thing's real stressful dude. Why? Don't you have a girlfriend? Context translation, why aren't you cheating on someone? I don't remember everything they said, but they continue on about that for a while. It sounds like a typical douchebag conversation, until after 5 to 10 minutes, wanna go fuck hell. Yeah, the cheating they had been talking about the whole time was a gay relationship they were in with each other, and I had no idea until then. This was quite vindicating. I'm leaving out details that bolster my rationale, but TL, Southern California is a large consumer market physically and economically. I had a variety of sales jobs / territories over the years. It became increasingly common for contests to take place to increase sales, where you could win trinkets, but get no cash bonus. It was also common for companies to start with X number of reps, then after people quit, force remaining reps to do double or triple their work without additional compensation. Here's the catch. Although you were required to cover all of the stores, the contest only counted for your stores. So, you're obligated to call on 50 stores over 100 miles, but get credit for 20. My multi-billion-dollar corporation decided it wanted to have a mandatory rah-rah session to kick off this sales push, held on the weekend, 60 miles away, in heavy traffic, unpaid, no comp time. I refused to give up my plans. They threatened me. I refused. I assured them I needed no training or encouragement. They were livid. They excoriated me for being the only one who didn't attend. Contest over. Results emailed across the country. I hit 110% to goal covering 3 territories and only getting credit for 1. The next highest anyone else in the country hit was 91%. Of course they were incandescent about that too. They had promised me a management position that never came through, so I quit a month later during their busiest season. They asked me to stay till the end of the year lol. Man, I've always wanted to tell this story. I was dating this girl in my early 20s. It was my first real relationship. I didn't know how to handle jealousy well at that age, so I would do more of a revenge jealous reaction when I felt she was doing things to betray me. One time, she was talking to someone on the phone, and when I walked in and said something in passing, I heard her make a comment like that's nobody. A few days later I asked who she was talking to, thinking she'd forgotten what she said, and found out it was the same guy who was commenting on her MySpace. Yeah, I said it. MySpace, photos. I decided to create a fake profile and found some photos from some girl in South Florida, Fort Lauderdale to be exact. I was living in Orlando. Didn't add her, just stole her pictures. I made a fake profile and would message myself, then one day left my profile open so she could read the messages. I'm realizing more how faking stupid this sounds as I'm typing it. She dumped me, was heartbroken, etc. Fast forward 2 years. I moved down to South Florida with my parents and changed my location on MySpace. A few weeks later I got a message from someone who looked familiar that wanted to get to know me. Started going through her photos. It's the fucking girl who I stole the pictures from. I flipped my sheet and could never tell her the truth since I thought it'd be way too creepy. I figured I'd just found my damn soulmate. We dated for 3 months. I cheated on her with her best friend. Me and her best, now ex-best, friend got married. I divorced her ex-best friend and later married the original girl who I'd made the fake profile to trick. TLDR. Current wife is original first love who dumped me for impersonating unknown woman who I fell in love with, whose ex-best friend I married then divorced. I have posted it somewhere before, but here it goes. I'm coming out of a pharmacy at middle of a night, just before it was closing for the night, when I saw a guy in the absolute dark walking very slowly towards me. We cannot see faces in dark. Since mobile/wallet snatching is quite common, I'm on paranoid level of alert. When he is like 5 paces from me, suddenly my phone rings, and at the same time he takes his hand inside his jacket. I thought he is taking out a gun, and in a preempted strike, did a flying kick on his chest, falling him on the ground, and ran inside the pharmacy in the light. Told the shop guy that someone tried to rob me, so the pharmacy shopkeeper took out a gun waiting for the robber. Then we hear the bell when someone enters the shop. We see an old weak guy with clothes dirty because of on ground and a dust show print on his chest. He came up to us, took his hand in his jacket again, and took out an inhaler that was smashed, probably because of my kick. He said in the most apologetic way possible, all I needed was a refill, and someone kicked him in the alley. He didn't knew it was me. Instead he kept warning me not to go outside because there is a maniac outside kicking people. The shopkeeper thought it was the same guy that tried to rob me, and hence I should stay inside too. Only I knew that the guy who kicked was me, and if I stay inside, he will recognize me. So I just got out and went home. TLDR. I kicked an innocent guy in dark and then later met him. He didn't recognize me and warned me about that kicking maniac. I was about 15 or so, young, dumb and full of cum. I had a girlfriend and thought I was in love. Wanted to marry her, the whole shebang. She cheated and broke it off with me for another guy. I asked her why, crying and all. She told me that she was smarter than I and seeing an older guy. She bragged that he had money and could give her the life she wanted. It broke my young heart, but I recovered. Fast forward a few years and I'm 22, got a great job, apartment and making more money than I do now. I was very lucky and thought I had the world figured out. Then one day, I had a horrible day, one of those life is cheating on everything you do days. I meet friends for a drink at a buddy strip club to relax. I'm pretty buzzed, and in my sorrow, when a new girl comes on stage next to me. She started dancing for me, and I start enjoying the show without looking at her face. Then I realized that her body looked familiar. I look up, and she looks down, and at the same time, we both said our names out loud, all in shock. Turns out that she needed to strip because she dropped out of college for another different guy, got married for a month or so, and her family had disowned her. Oh, and the new hubby had left her a week earlier. We talked for a bit, and she was very impressed by our conversation. I go to leave, and she started asking if we could see each other again. I tell her no, I'm used to dating a higher caliber of girls or something like that. I was a very arrogant asshole, and honestly, I felt vindicated, being able to say that to her. Never saw her again and now still laugh at the thought, but I really do hope she is doing well. Sometimes you are the karma people have coming to them, at least that's what I tell myself. I feel bad laughing now, but I still laugh. So I'm from the US, and studied abroad in Japan in 2006 for a year. I was 21, and had the fever, thus ended up with a Japanese girlfriend. Initially it was pure awesomeness and I stayed at her apartment all the time. After the 2 semesters were up I went back home to the US. We gave it a good whirl via long distance for another half a year or so, but alas it was not meant to be, and the relationship faded, and we both moved on. Fast forward to 2012. Impressed by Japan life and the city I had previously lived in, I was inspired post-graduation to move back to that same city and work, which is where I randomly met a cute Japanese university student who went to the same uni at which I had studied abroad. After a few dates the bases were loaded, and it was time to head back to her place. She lived in the same goddamn room that my old girlfriend once occupied. They had no social connection to each other. Pure coincidence. I was initially horny walking down the road that night with this girl on the way to her room, but as we came closer and closer to that apartment a sinking feeling crept into my stomach and my manpits began to falter. As we ascended to the second floor I realized that there was a 1 in 4 chance, the number of rooms on that floor, that this could happen. Even before she approached the door and turned the key I somehow already knew that room would be the one, and that it was going to be a faked up situation. They put the furniture in basically the same layout. They both themed their room pink. And since the bed was in the same spot and orientation, yeah, I faked in the same airspace as I had 6 years earlier. That came into my mind more than once during sex. Talk about making you lose your concentration. That sheet was just too ridiculous for my poor brain to process, and to this day I still can't believe it. Imagine taking a sheet and then suddenly realizing you had shat in that very same toilet before so many years back. And imagine after that realizing that the toilet paper is stacked in the same pyramid style as the girlfriend before. She even still had the same neighbor who played her damn keyboard all the time, annoying the hell out of all 3 of us, albeit in different timelines. I didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. But anyway, yeah, of course I told her right away. She said it makes her feel a little weird and sick, but after that initial conversation it actually was never brought up again. I was in the final year of class préparatoire. All the exams I attended were passed, and we got the results of the schools that admitted us for orals exams. I got some choices, including one of them, which is an engineering school of carpentry and things about wood stuff. Honestly, I wasn't that interested into entering that school. I attended the oral just to get more experience for the others and have some results if I had to repeat classes. I know one of my prom that was really interested into joining that school. That guy is also known for attending many schools, but switching formations every time. I think he was like 26 when I was only 20 or 21. He also repeated classes and ended up in my prom so he could get his place to that school point. When we were waiting for the final results, he jokingly said to me, "I hope you're not gonna steal my place at that school." Which I don't think I would. He had better results than me usually. I was the last in my prom while trying my best. Then the results came out, so I checked online the list of the admitted in pending list. Here's how it works. The pending list had 40 places ranked, but the school will take only few of those 40 people selected, and there were even fewer places given what path you choose in class paper. Meaning that if you aren't in the 40, goodbye. If you are in the 40, but in the bottom of the list, you might not get in if everyone before your ranking accepted to join the school. So being in the pending list does not mean you're in. Basically point. So I first checked the top 10, just being curious, seeing some names I knew. Then I searched for that guy who wanted that school. He wasn't in the list. So I was like, but who the hell is the 40th and might have stolen his place to that school? It was me. I was the 40th on the list. Grandfather and grandmother were separated for a few years before they finalized their divorce. During their separation plus divorce, grandfather decides, "Fuck it, I'm going to see the world." I can see where I got my serious wanderlust from. Every year he would go to Cuba, especially. He'd go other places too, but always a week in Cuba. And when he went, he'd bring loads of feminine products like perfumes, soaps, even tampons and small kids toys. Random, I know, lol. We just took it. He had a fancy woman there and used to joke that he probably had another family in Cuba somewhere. Years later my aunt brought it up with him and joked about his fancy woman. Turns out he stayed in the same hotel every single time and got to know the maids there. They were incredibly poor and didn't have basic stuff. We in the first world had like feminine products or shower gels ECT point because they didn't have many imports. So granddad was being wholesome as fuck the whole time and bringing them a suitcase of goodies every single year. They were extremely grateful for his generosity and would be extra vigilant cleaning his room or bringing room service up. Literally these products would only cost a few euro at a time, but it meant so much to them. TDLR. Thought grandfather was celebrating his divorce by gallivanting with another woman for a few years in Cuba, but really was bringing some maids he got to know really well, essential hygiene products and kids' toys for their children. I used to work in a nursing home and there was this sweet old guy who we used to care for. I'll call him Bob. His wife and daughters would come in almost every single day and they all doted in him. He was such a funny, lovely guy and really sweet. Sadly his time came and passed away. A while after the funeral, his eldest daughter, who a few of us carers got in really well with, came in to settle his final bill and pick up some of the last belongings from his room. We got to reminiscing about Bob when she decided to tell us what had been going on since the funeral. Well, as they started to sort out his belongings at the family home, they came to this chest of drawers that were always locked ever since the daughters could remember. They found the key and inside the top drawer were letters. They thought the letters were between their mum and recently deceased dad. Oh no. Oh dear me no. The letters were from Bob's very long-term mistress. Dated over about 35 to 40 years. And included such things as, and I sheet you not, eyelashes, pubic hairs, old nude photos of them both. All sorts. Bob's daughters had no idea. It transpired, however, their mum knew about the affair, called her husband out and he swore to end it, only to continue for another 30 plus years, until his mistress passed away. The daughter was in complete shock, but didn't see any reason to get mad about it now as Bob was already gone, so couldn't really do much about it. Sorry about the big blob of text. Phones suck. While working in Korea as an English teacher, I had a contract rescinded and reinstated in one day. Story. I had worked at my school for 1 year and was going to resign for another year. We had 8 foreign teachers and one was being promoted to a manager position, so he was not going to be teaching classes, bringing up our foreign account to 9. However, they had another look at the numbers and realized they couldn't sustain this, and since my contract was ending, and at that moment they had sponsored visas, and one of the new teachers was literally on a flight to Korea at the time. They decided to rescind my contract. I'm upset because now I'm out of a job and have to look for a new one on short notice. Over dinner, I'm explaining my situation to the new teachers. One of them says, "Really? I actually got a job teaching in Saudi Arabia, but it starts in a few months, so I'm just going to leave anyway." I tell the management what's going on, and he is fired, and I'm reinstated. Aside, don't feel bad for the guy who was canned. It's a shitty thing to do to abandon a contract with no notice, and he was also horrible to the kids by bullying them and screaming at them for nothing. Also, he was married to a Korean, so my employer was hesitant to hire him anyway and made him register on a language teaching visa, not as an employee on a marriage visa, which gives him more freedom to leave a job and get a new one without sponsorship. 2016 presidency and the aftermath. Point prior, there was no conceivable way Hillary could possibly lose. Obama was a great president. The problem was that Fox News worked their magic, making the conservative white executives, who are often Republican, but swayed for Obama, actually believe that the crash of 2008 was due to Obama. It happened under the Bush watch, and the mess was left to Obama. Yet, they still blame Obama for the crash. It's a giant plot twist in my mind. One minute we all rooted for Sanders, then Hillary, then it came out that Hillary was in cahoots with Wasserman Schultz to lie to the American people and fuck Sanders. Then she fired and later promoted Wasserman Schultz, rewarding her for her dishonesty and lies. While all this is going on, President Putin has his Manchurian candidate, Trump, ready in the wings. Putin, the richest man in the world at the time, unleashed the kraken of internet hackers and trolls, and within a mere 2 months, made the Bernie brothers and the conservative white executives do a complete 180 switch and vote for Trump. It was absolutely incredible how quick public opinion on Hillary turned. Throw in an email scandal, and it could only get worse. Point to top it all off, the slogan was "I'm with her", an attempt to make it more about her being a woman and less about her platform, was used in various parts of the campaign, alienating the Obama base. Point it was like House of Cards but real, and instead of Kevin Spacey, we have the bussy grabber. I was a child. Like 6 years old or so. Point I was in first VGB, mandatory education in my country with 6 years. My teacher and the teacher of one the other first VGB classes, there were 4, had an enormous rivalry about soccer. They were always bragging about who was the best of the trainers and saying that their class was better than the other teachers' classes. End of course. There was a league between the 4 of first VGB teams and the rival classes are in a draw. Same goals, same score, same everything. So we are going to break the draw playing in the grand finale. Point there were no other subjects for a week. My class and the other class were training the full 5 hours every day. Tactics, running, ECT. Point etc. 25 hours of soccer for a bunch of 6 years old kids that day. The day of the grand finale we started to play the match. I remember, probably because I was a child, and I built a memory at every single person I have known until then watching the match. For sure, a lot of teachers from the school were there that Saturday to watch us play. Point I scored 3 points, the only 3 goals in the match. Next Monday I had a lot of thank notes on my desk. Point since that day I hate soccer. We lost. Latest fact of the party, but my roommates and I were supposed to clean the apartment so the landlord could take photos for the new tenants. Well, the date he sat was the day after Constitution Day, the 17th of May, which is celebrated rather bigly here in Norway. Point as the lazy slobs we were, we started cleaning the apartment a couple of hours before he would arrive. We were hangover and high, which makes for a terrible combination for doing anything other than doing nothing. As we are tidying up, this man arrives with a camera ready to shoot. I tell him to give us 20 minutes and we'll have the place cleaned out. After 30 minutes, the place still looked like a pigsty, with our stuff everywhere, trash and belongings lying around the entire 2-story apartment. Point he scoffs and starts taking pictures of the rooms, and I can tell he is getting frustrated. My room is and I hang out in the kitchen while he does his business. We thought the place looked better than ever, honestly. Anyways, he finishes up, and I walk over to him to say goodbye. He is furious, and tells us how the pictures are useless, and that the place looked like a cheap bordello. High as I were, I just nodded and smiled. He is about to leave, and I asked how long he has been a photographer, and he just stops and says I own the faking place. I'm totally shocked thinking he was just some guy, and what comes out of my mouth is well super, have a great day, as he slams the door. Back in 2006, my 8th grade year, I was playing RuneScape. Having just become a member, I was checking out all the perks, still nervous about leaving the free world. I started hanging out in Edgeville dungeons picking up herbs that I would sell to other players. Entrepreneurial sheet point. While in the dungeon I see a guy with the name Fairview Bob. HMM, I live in Fairview Heights. Hey, Fairview Bob, I know it's unlikely, but do you live in Fairview Heights? He immediately logged off. I added him as a friend and saw when he logged in later that day. I shot him a message saying, "Hey man, are you from Fairview Heights?" He was clearly freaked out and said, "Stop messaging me. How do you know where I live?" I went on to tell him I was from there and I had to prove it by naming things. Told him which school I went to, and it turns out he went to the same one as I did and was a year lower than me. I had to give him teachers' names and everything to prove it before he told me who he was and vice versa. I told my mom, and she said she took care of his great-grandma in the town's assisted living home. I saw him off and on, but we never had the nerve to speak to each other in real life. Finally we did, and we ended up becoming best friends, and he was my best man in my wedding. I used Fairview as a placeholder, but it is actually a really small town. Population is around 4,500, so it's crazy to have actually met him on the world's largest FTP multiplayer game. My ex-boyfriend from high school turned into a fuckboy with even cheatier values. We dated when we were 16 and there was an opportunity to go on a school trip. I ended up not going, and he had decided to stay because he didn't want to go without me. I check with him multiple times about his choice and ensure him that I'll be fine and that he should go. He says it is. He then breaks up with me a couple of weeks later, saying that I make him feel guilty all the time and that making him stay for the trip was abusive. Of course, I freak out and feel horrible because I never intend to hurt anyone and would like to talk about it, but he tells me to go away. He proceeds to tell everyone at school that I'm a bitch. Tries dancing with me without my consent during prom senior year after unsuccessfully hitting on 2 mutual friends the whole night. I tell him to get a faking life and leave with my friends. Fast forward to college. I go to school across the country. I unblock him on Facebook because it's been a couple of years, so who cares? He immediately adds me and asks how I'm doing. Fuck. Turns out that my cousin and him end up in the same university and they take multiple classes together. My cousin tells me that he asks about me all the time, while also hitting on girls during lectures and expressing views like abortions being the work of the devil. I'm sure that I dodged a bullet. I also dated someone recently who was seeing someone else at the same time. We were in the beginning stages of dating, but it got really serious, and I tried to express my concerns. Got shut down. Once I found out they were dating someone else, I asked them why, because we had talked about how we weren't dating other people. They blamed me, said it was because I wanted something casual. They then ghosted me, so I kept asking them repeatedly to meet up so I could, at the very least, get my belongings back. I don't know if I dodged a bullet there, but this person is happily fulfilled in a committed relationship while I'm still single, so I don't quite know what I'm doing wrong. Lol. I used to work at a hotel, and one day a couple snuck into the pool and started drinking. My shift started at 3 PM, so they were already there a few hours. Once I arrived, 4 PM comes around, and the couple starts arguing. Apparently because a dude was checking another woman out. Lady runs into the lobby screaming that a man stole her purse and he's up in the stairwell and to call the police. I don't buy it, since people have cried wolf before, so I hold off on calling the police. Dude eventually comes down, and the couple starts arguing and fighting near the elevators down the hall from the lobby. One would assume that the guy beats his girl up, but it's the exact opposite. Drunk lady starts beating her mate up with a full beer can, and so I finally call the police. They respond within 5 to 10 minutes, and by this time the couple had went outside. It turns out the woman got in her car and starts driving around the block for whatever reason. Ultimately, I leave the front desk to go check on all the ruckus, and as I reach the side entrance I see the cop standing in the middle of the parking with his gun drawn yelling stop. Crazy drunk lady is driving towards him about 10 miles per hour. Next thing you know, cop unleashes about 7 bullets into the windshield. See my coworkers and I see her body go limp and the car veers off into the hedges. Woman is pronounced dead at the hospital. Homicidal detectives are called in to investigate for the rest of the evening/night. Ironic part is that the guest I was checking asked me if it was safe, and I had just finished telling him of course, nothing dangerous ever happens here. Also ironic that the person who told me to call the police is the one that died. Montebello hotel police shooting. Not sure if this is a plot twist, but what the hell, me and my family, mom plus dad plus 2 brothers, are driving back from Mother's Day brunch to my grandparents' house. My grandparents were also at brunch and drove back to their place in their car. But before we left they said they were going to stop and get gas at a gas station. So they went a different way back, since it was somewhat out of the way. As we were driving there from the restaurant, my dad pulled over the car to let my brother and I go pee in the woods on the side of the road, because that's the ultimate dad move on long drives. Then we hopped back in and finally got to our grandparents' house. But as we pulled in they were already there. We walked in the house, and they said they were worried because we took so long. We thought they were joking, but they were serious, that they waited for 2 hours. And they were right. To be frank, we don't know where all that time went. Nothing too abnormal happened on the car ride. Someone had a Snapchat story that they took right as we left the restaurant, and sure enough, somehow 2+ hours passed and all 5 of us have no clue what happened. I still haven't figured out what happened, but my dad is actually convinced that we maybe have been abducted by aliens or something of that nature. I went to high school with a guy who was incredibly smart, got the best grades in our year, was on most of the sports teams, captain of at least 2, valedictorian, the works. On top of it all he was super friendly and pretty much universally loved. Pride of the town basically. He got a scholarship to go to a really prestigious university and cross the country to go there after high school. Well, I wasn't super close friends with the guy, so I lost contact with him then, but I always expected to hear his name in the news for discovering some new great medicine, or getting a position high up the political ladder, or even becoming a massive sports star or something. Honestly, his potential seemed limitless. But I never heard anything for years, and my other friends from school didn't seem to know much about him anymore either. Not that strange, but a little disappointing. Fast forward a couple more years, and I'm on a road trip around the country with a couple buddies. We're checking out an aquarium and watching a whale show when we look at the trainer, and guess who it was? Not the guy from high school, but some dude who looked just like Liam Neeson. Just a fun side note. But then, we looked over at the next pool and there was a man with a bottle, feeding this little baby dolphin, and it was him. After all these years we just ran into him at this aquarium. Well, we rushed right over and started talking to him and asking him everything about what he'd been up to. I said, hey, man, back in the day you had so much potential. The whole town thought you were going to do something amazing with your life, but here you are just working at an aquarium feeding a little baby dolphin? What gives? Well, he looked straight at me and he said, well, hey now, I think I serve a youthful purpose. My ex was a huge fan of a local pirate radio station he stumbled upon one day. The station was clearly on a poor setup, so only broadcast around the Warrington area of the UK. So most nights we would grab something to eat and travel with his friends to a nearby parking lot to eat and listen. This was before iPhones, Nando's and Starbucks. So it was a fun thing for us teenagers to do. Anyway, we decided to try and track down said station and spent many nights trying to pinpoint where the signal was strongest and therefore, in our minds, was most likely being broadcast. We did this for months and became convinced of one area in particular. Cut to a family party and I'm meeting his older cousin for the first time. Said cousin has been in prison, no idea why, and the family are throwing a small party to welcome him home. It's a long day, and we discuss many things. For some reason the pirate radio station comes up. The cousin shows interest and we invite him to join us in grabbing a snack and listening to the broadcast. We pick a place, and he agrees to meet us there. Cut to the day of the meetup. I'm sat in my ex's red Ford Focus, listening to the station, and we are politely waiting for his cousin to join us. At the exact time we plan to meet, the station goes silent and suddenly we hear this is a public service announcement. Station name will be returned to its former glory with DJ name back in the driver's seat. This is a shout out to ex's name / my name for helping me get my station back. It turns out that after my ex's cousin was arrested and went to prison, one of his friends broke into his house and stole his pirating equipment. From where we suggested to meet and the broadcast strength, he was able to figure out who had stolen it. I still remember the shock and what the fuck moment that gave me. We never saw his cousin again, but got the full story from his sister, who didn't know about it until that point either. The station wasn't as good afterwards. I know I'm late, but what the hell. Also on mobile, you know how that goes. Sophomore year of high school, and I had just passed the 1-year anniversary of my girlfriend and I. Still going strong by the way. 3 years in December. Her phone just broke, so her mom is letting her borrow hers for a while. Well, this is all fine and good for a long time, about a month or so, until a random number calls her phone. Now, I grew up in Colorado all my life and that's where this story takes place. But my girlfriend grew up in California. This random number had a California area code, so she assumed it must have been family. She picks up the phone and a voice she's never heard before says, "Hey babe," but before he could finish, my girlfriend is in the process of saying hello. Dude hangs up immediately. She was weirded out for sure, but didn't jump to the same conclusions I did, just assuming it was a wrong number or something, since her mom still had a California area code. I should also point out that her mom has been in a super stable marriage since she was a kid, but recently her dad was battling depression and it was getting pretty bad. And for those of us that have dealt with it, it's totally easy to sympathize with the change in behavior, the distance, etc. But her mom just couldn't wrap her head around it for some reason and was constantly upset with him and put him down a lot, even in front of me, which was weird, but I digress. Fast forward a week or two, and she's still borrowing her mom's phone, and just as we hop in the car to go get some sushi, she gets a text from the same number we got the call from. The text itself wasn't anything special, just a hey, but she opened the text and lo and behold, there's a whole string of sixths, plans to meet up, all that nasty shit. My girlfriend didn't handle this very well and confronted her mom about it a few days later, having mustered the courage to do so. Her mom tells her that it's not physical and that they only love each other. Faking what? Isn't that worse in a couple ways? Anyway, my girlfriend knew this was bullshit, but didn't call her out on it, even though she'd seen the sexts. Turns out this student my girlfriend's mom had dated in high school, but broke up for college, but kept in contact until he shipped off for the military. But when he came back, he found a wife. He claims the wife was abusive to both him and his kids, and that she had recently died of cancer when he went looking for my girlfriend's mom again. Now my girlfriend is caught between her depressed dad, who loves the hell out of her mom, and her mom's secret affair with a high school sweetheart. At the same time, she's still in the process of coping with sexual abuse from freshman year of high school before we met. The waste of space that did this. His name was Kevin, and that name became a sort of trigger word for her, making her really uncomfortable and at times triggering panic attacks. So when my girlfriend asks her mom what the guy from California's name is, she says, and you guessed it, faking Kevin. The summer before my sophomore year of high school, I attended a week-long Catholic youth leadership camp. I got along well with most everyone there, except for this one kid who we'll call Jose. There are some people in life that, for no reason at all, you don't get along with whatsoever. Well, Jose was that person for me, and I was that person for Jose. Anytime we were seated at the same table for a meal, the tension was palpable and everyone at the table looked uncomfortable. Anytime we were in the same activity group, no one in the group had any fun because of the tension between me and Jose. At the end of the week, all the campers got a paper with everyone's contact information, so we could keep in touch and do Catholic leadership Y stuff together, I guess. A week after the camp ended, I got a phone call. I was suspicious at first because the number was blocked, but the location was visible. I guessed that it was someone from the Catholic leadership camp, and when I looked through the contact sheet I found one person I recognized who lived in that city, Jose. I answered the call, confused, and asked if it was Jose. Sure enough, it was. I apologized to my behavior to him, and he apologized for his behavior to me, and we buried the hatchet, and talked for a bit. At some point, I heard a female voice in the background. Jose told me it was some girl from the camp, and that he was sleeping over at her house. I just shrugged it off, and assumed they were family friends or cousins or something, and didn't ask about it any further. Over the next month, Jose and I talked on the phone once or twice a week. We would talk for over an hour at a time about the things teenage Catholic boys care about, like chastity and Catholic masculinity and our favorite saints and whatnot. I was really excited about this blossoming friendship, because I'd never had a Catholic guy friend before who I could talk to about all this stuff. Near the end of the summer, I received a strange letter in the mail from a girl whose name and address I didn't recognize. Interestingly, she was from the same town as Jose, and I found her name in the contact list from the Catholic leadership camp. In the letter, this girl explained to me that she had been posing as Jose to get close to me because she was head over heels in love with me. I was shocked at first, but suddenly a lot of things started making sense, like why the phone number was blocked, why this person was sleeping over at a girl's house, and why someone who loathed me and who I loathed called me out of the blue. I was creeped out that a high school girl thought pretending to be someone else was an appropriate way to court the guy she likes. I also felt deceived because I told this girl things under the pretense that she was a guy that I would never have told to a girl I didn't know. The worst part of it all was realizing that Jose and I never actually buried the hatchet. Jose, wherever you are, I hope you're doing well, and I'm sorry I was a jerk to you. Note, I can't really remember if she introduced herself as Jose or if I asked if it was Jose and she just went with it. And for anyone wondering how I could think a girl was a guy, Jose had a relatively high-pitched voice. TLDR, there was a guy from camp who I hated and who hated me, but we developed a friendship over the phone after camp. It turned out the guy was actually a girl from the same camp posing as the guy because she was in love with me and wanted to get closer to me. So about 4 or 5 years ago I think, I had this friend, let's call him S, and we were FWB. We used to hang out and go out and then head back to his for some fun at his mom's house. After a couple of months of this, S tells me that he is planning on moving out of his mom's house and renting a place with a friend. About a week later he tells me he has the new apartment, but we have not gone out yet, so we have not hooked up in a couple of weeks. I was single, so I kept playing the field. So I met a guy on an app and started texting. We hadn't met yet, but we chatted almost every day. We will call him B. So he tells me he lives near my area and works in the next city over. We keep talking and everything seems to be going okay. Then I receive a message from an old high school mate telling me that he is coming into town, has going to university in Mexico City very far from here, and would like to take me out on a date. We will call him F. So the day comes, and I'm on a date with F. We start talking, and we hit it off. We never really talked during school, but sort of as friends. He started telling me he had just ended a relationship, but still had feeling for the guy, and that he lived here. We decided to keep seeing each other while he was here. Summer break from uni, we kept going out and having fun, until I started noticing some of the things he told me were similar to what B was telling me. I didn't have B on FB, so I was not sure if they knew each other. Now finally S and I are able to meet up for some drinks, so we are talking, chatting, and he is going on about him buying a new stove, when suddenly B sends me a picture of him trying to put a stove door on. This seems too much of a coincidence, so I ask S, do you know a person by the name of B? And he said, yeah, here's my roommate. I add B on FB, and what do I find? He was F's ex. TLDR. Was going out with 3 people. Person 1 was roommate with person 2. Person 3 who was living in another city was the ex of person 2. The story. I lived with my dad for the final year of school and my first year of adulthood. Over that time, we had a fairly rough going of it, and frankly it only got worse as time went on. 6 months in, my long lost uncle, of which I had 2, re-established contact with my dad. They had both had pretty awful childhoods thanks to their dad, so had pretty much gone their separate ways. He was abrasive, but I had hoped that was teething issues and he'd settle down to at least tolerate me. This wasn't the case. Instead, his habit of verbal abuse grew stronger from then, on top of my dad taking his side in every argument, regardless of correctness, culminating in threatening to beat the shit out of me for finally standing up to him, and chatting shit back. Hopefully my dad would see this as a good time to tell him to curb his attitude, right? Obviously not. When presented with this, he replied with, well, clearly he thinks he can back it up. Shocked, I asked him if he was serious. He was, point being 17. I was already naturally unstable, but that tipped me over the edge. I left the house in a rage and called the police begging them to pick me up before I did something I'd regret, which they did. I then spent the night in the psych ward, getting much needed confirmation that he and my father were being psychos. Immediately after I left the hospital, I checked my phone to find angry messages from him asking where I was. I told him, and instead of being understanding, he admonished me for not telling him where I was. Skip forward a few months I spent subsisting, no hyperbole, I ate nothing else, on ramen and rice thanks to being expected to provide for myself after graduation with my shitty part-time job at a liquor store, when I receive an eviction notice on my bedroom door. Naturally devastated I might be homeless and currently without a job, I managed to make arrangements to move out, letting my distraught girlfriend of the time also know. Come moving day, I was naturally stressed in the middle of the night and went to cook something to eat to hopefully sleep easier. Unfortunately, the sound woke my dad. His response to my exhaustion, well, now that we are both up, you can pack. I begged for a little mercy, just to have some sleep before we started. Even a nap would do. Just an hour. It was 2 AM. The guy wasn't coming until midday. But of course, no mercy to be had. I was forced to pack on the edge of exhaustion for 10 hours, getting the amount of work done I could have done in 2 or 3 had I rested. At one point my dad had gotten upset with me about something and started repeating it in 5 different ways in the way parents do when they are convinced you're stupid. Exhausted and a little angry, I shouted I get it to him. Apparently this justified him screaming incoherently, kicking my door open which I tried to hold closed, pinning me against the wall, and threatening to beat the shit out of me. Scared and still exhausted, I just kept packing while trying to see through sleep and tears, and got out of there a few hours later and texted a mutual friend of my father and I to watch him and my uncle. Now that they didn't have me for a punching bag, they would eat each other alive. The plot twist, skip forward 6 weeks, and I get a text worth more than therapy. His wife had been cheating on him with his brother, and she was pregnant with his brother's child, and his brother ghosted. Just disappeared within the hour it took him to get home. After hearing that, and a dozen other things going wrong in his life including not holding down a job, and going bald 8 months later, I finally decided I'd pick up. If he called Point Karma, it's only a beach, if you are one. I went on a mission trip at 17 years old with my father and a few people from my church to visit a long-term missionary couple in Tanzania. They have people visit a lot, especially professionals like engineers who can get things done that require a higher education than what the local populace has. They were originally in what was at the time Zaire, until the military had a coup type ordeal, and they had to flee, eventually coming back to Africa and setting up shop in Tanzania a few years later. They are still there to this day. My mom and future godmother were the first to visit them in their new home, about 3 years before my dad and mom got married, and had me a year after. They were the first to sign the new Goose book after the last was lost in Zaire. When my dad and I come and visit, about a week in, I find the Goose book to see what my mom wrote. First page is my godmother's, very sweet with a picture of her and my mom. Then I turn the page to my mother's. It's all really cute stuff. I had a great time. I enjoyed teaching Wenj English. I hope to be back soon. She's actually never been back, as her being pregnant with me got in the way of the second trip, and then she began leading mission trips to Poland that reach out to youth who are only religious on paper. I get to the bottom of the page, expecting it to be signed with her maiden name, but instead I see a last name completely foreign to me. I ask my dad, and he says you better ask your mother about that one. I come home 2 weeks later, and it's one of the first things I bring up. So, who is first name not maiden name? Turns out she was unhappily married for 5 years to a man cheating on her who just wanted out, but his parents pressured him to stay in. She finalized the divorce process when she came back from the trip. I of course asked, were you going to take that to your graves? When were you going to tell me? I'm 17. I'm almost an adult and you never told me. They said they originally were just going to wait until I was older and then just never got around to it. At least it explained why they had their first child so late at 33 and 34 years old. 100% true. You can't make this stuff up. Smart readers can Google the situation and will find the case online with the details. Buddy's dad got married a lady he met after his divorce and was loving life. She was a widow, her husband had died, and she had 2 other grown kids, a boy and a girl. Life is good, and about 10 years later the wife tells her husband that her son is coming to live with her. Father is confused, figuring her son is married and has a home somewhere else in the other country. She explains it's her other son. He had been locked up for life, but now was being released due to a misdiagnosis. She never told the dad because she figured the kid was never getting out, so why bother saying anything? So shocker number 1 is down the drain, and of course it's a big one. Lady didn't say anything for 10 years. Shocker number 2, why was he locked up? He killed her husband. Cold-blooded as well. Buried his body on the golf course they lived on, and then decided that the guy may come back to life, so it would be best to dig him up in a few days and chop him up and distribute the body across the golf course so he could not come back again. Son gets arrested, is considered mentally insane, and sentenced to life in a mental ward. A few years later he escapes the ward and takes off for a few days on the loose. He eventually comes back to the ward and says he left because he did not like the way they treated him, like it was a protest of sorts. Even bigger plot twist, a few years later, the doctor who declared he was mentally insane and should be held for life says he misdiagnosed the guy and the guy was on drugs when he killed the dad and not mentally insane. So what do? They let him out. Free man. He was not insane, simply on drugs. You can't trial him for the murder again, and you can't hold him based on the insanity charge, cause doctor says he is not insane, just was on drugs. So in theory, no drugs for him, and he won't murder. So a free man who is a murderer goes to live with his mom and a husband that had no clue. Oh, another plot twist. On a golf course property. Point can't make this stuff up. Not their real names, but my friend Anna had met this girl Amy through this club that created some of the floats for the Rose Bowl parade towards the end of her 3rd year in college. They became friends quickly and decided to be roommates /2 of Anna's other friends during their senior year. Oh, also the float thing was a volunteer job that met like twice a week. So at some point Amy starts to become pretty bossy, clingy, and nosy in Anna's business. She'd come into Anna's room every night making sure that Anna was going to be at the volunteer job that happened during the weekend, which Anna was pretty much always at. This one time Anna didn't go because she had been stressed with school, jobs, responsibilities etc. and Amy flipped out. Anna told Amy that she was just stressing her out more now, and Amy started crying. Amy would try to hang out with Anna as much as possible, but sometimes Anna had other responsibilities she had to take care of, and Amy would often start crying. She started to do odd things like knock on Anna's door while she was sleeping in the middle of the night so she could give Anna a mango. There were other things, but I can't remember. Anyways, plot twist was that one time Anna had walked in on Amy jacking off to Anna's Facebook photos, and that Amy was transgender and moments later discovered she was in love with her. Unfortunately, the hormones that Amy was taking were the reason why she had been pretty emotional and would get upset frequently. I can't remember how the situation was handled, and the aftermath. I'm sure Anna was nice and understanding cause it's her nature, but nobody had known this, so it was a complete shock. More than one plot twist. I was working for a small grassroots software company developing desktop PC software. We released a product that was hugely successful, beating all of the big companies to market. Our investors saw an opportunity to take it to the next level. So they hired someone who had experience with this sort of thing. He assembled a bunch of companies interested in buying us and arranged a silent auction. The auction ended and the winner was a large automotive parts supplier. Mind you, the software we developed had nothing at all to do with cars, but they were going to acquire us. We started integration meetings. We are not going to change the way you develop software and all of that. A week later everyone is assembled for an impromptu meeting. We are told that things have changed and we are going to have a different owner, one of our competitors, who wasn't even involved in the silent auction. Again we do integration meetings, meeting the mucky mucks and listening to their spiel. The integration goes through. Our new owners are a publicly traded company. On pizza night in R&D we have a guest, the CEO of the owning company. He says, "I give you my personal guarantee that the stock will hit 100 by year end." At the time it was trading around $45. 2 months later the Wall Street Journal published an article saying that we had reported $80 million in fictional earnings in Korea. The secretary did an investigation, found they were cooking the books, and delisted the stock from the Nasdaq. The CEO was led away in handcuffs, and one of our original investors sent over an interim CEO. The interim CEO was a nice guy, seemed to care about the people. He flew out to Korea to talk to the head of the Korean office about the numbers. They sat down together and start talking. All of a sudden, the doors burst open and 2 big burly guys walked in and dragged the Korean employee away. Rumors were that it was a setup and that he was running from the authorities sailing the high seas in his yacht. Nevertheless he was never seen again. The company was losing money and eventually filed for Chapter 11, reorganization, bankruptcy. To keep the lights on they had to lay off employees. We sat in our offices as they walked down the hall pulling people out of their offices and escorted them to the door. The core team, of which I was a member, survived and we were eventually sold in bankruptcy auction. To this day the company that purchased us is still thriving. I left 8 years later to pursue other options. The whole experience was a wild ride with lots of twists and turns. Guy started at my company as a consultant years ago. Seemed like a really nice, down-to-earth guy. Talked about his live-in girlfriend a lot. Always talked about these trips they'd take where they'd visit Major League Baseball stadiums hoping to eventually see them all, and how he was going to propose marriage at their last one. Other than that he was super private though. Nobody knew why he left his previous job. Nobody knew anything about his family. Nobody knew anything other than the fact that he had a girlfriend and they liked baseball. Fast forward a year. We are hiring a whole new crew to work on my team after a layoff where everyone was cut except this guy, my team lead, and myself. And this guy's on his big trip with his girlfriend, ready to propose. My team lead and I interview our guy from that other guy's old company, and he tells us that the guy left that company because he befriended the CEO's daughter, introduced her to his girlfriend, who became the CEO daughter's best friend in the world, until he faked the CEO daughter when the girlfriend basically made him quit. But there's more. He comes back from his trip and confirms this story by telling us that she knew he was going to propose eventually, so she guilted him into taking a smaller salary, then dropped subtle hints about what ring she wanted knowing it would cost him everything, allowed him to take her on the trip and propose, only to say no, and that movers were getting her sheet out of their apartment while they were on the vacation, all for the sake of revenge. But wait, there's more. Within a week of being back this guy had hooked up with a new Liwat woman with who we all worked. She divorced her husband for him, and eventually they got married and moved to Seattle. When I was in 4th grade, I was the student council. The 2 girls that I'd mainly do council presentations with, we would go to classrooms and tell them about school events and fundraisers, were very kind, and at that point I was as well. There was a kid, who I'll call Mike, who was in the class we reported to. This kid had a bit of a tragic past, since he had cancer 2 times before then, and was going through it for the 3rd time. He was only a 1st grader, so the school obviously wanted to do something. One of the girls started a campaign for our class where whenever someone gave money for Jaden's various medical therapies, they would get extra privileges for the day. Wear a hat. One of the teachers got a hold of this, and before I knew it the whole school was taking part. During this I communicated with a kid once, this being when we went to see a movie, since another teacher who I knew very well, she went to my dad's funeral, after all, was going to take the kid to the movies and invited us. He was a very nice kid, and when we would report to his class, he was obviously shy, and didn't like all the attention he was receiving. The school ended up raising thousands of dollars for this kid, and his mom was even crying during a presentation at how much we cared about her kid. To be fair, I only donated like a couple of dollars in total. I woke up one morning and got to school. I burst through the doors and heard rampant chatter throughout the hallways. The girl who started the fundraiser came up to me and asked if I had heard the news. I said no, and she proceeded to tell me the sad truth. The kid didn't have cancer, and the fundraiser was merely a way for the mom to get money. The kid had no idea he didn't have cancer, and his mom even shaved his head and told him it fell off because overpassed due to his ailment. In retrospect, I'm surprised he believed his hair would just fall off overnight. From what I can tell, he had cancer the first 2 times, but didn't this time around. I was told he was caught, since the mother told someone who was volunteering at the hospital he was supposedly going to do his treatments at with the money, and realized no one with Mike's name was on their list of patients. The money was confiscated by the police and the mom admitted to being guilty. They moved out, and I don't know what happened to them afterwards. Saw a couple of ancestry.com/cousin stories in here, and it reminded me of mine. My paternal grandmother, Gram, had been super into genealogy in her younger years and researched her family tree back to when the 17th, 16th generation patriarch traveled to the US from England in the very early 1700s. She went so far as to publish a small, less than 100 pages, booklet with her findings. Meanwhile, on my maternal side, that grandmother, Gemma, had either inherited or bought and filled in a family Bible, one of those gigantic tomes. Seriously, this thing is like 20 x 13 x 4 inches, weighs easily 10 pounds. That had pages in the front, where you'd fill in who owned the book and who it was being passed down to. The names in this Bible were mostly female and went back by about 8 great-greats, and so we come down to me. In my early 30s, I picked up the genealogy research bug, in large part to Ancestry.com commercials. Not wanting to invest in a membership and knowing about Gram's hobby, I started looking into things. Eventually I had gotten everything I could filled in on that side and asked mom if she knew any of her family details. This was where I first learned about the family Bible. Start filling names in, and notice that there's the same last name listed as Gemma's grandmother, as is the major family name through 12 generations or so of my dad's side. Hey, mom, this is neat. Explain. Oh, yeah, we used to joke about that. Research. This woman is, indeed, the same person as was listed in Gram's booklet. My parents are direct cousins, but we are not sure the distance. 14th anyway, but maybe closer. Not terribly rare, I'm sure, but definitely a family collective what the fuck moment. This is a little late to the party, but I think I have a good one. A long time ago my brother got in a situation. He was about to be shipped off to basic, so he rented a hotel room with friends and decided to party it up before he left. His wife stayed home because they had a small baby at the time. Long story short, it got a little crazy at the hotel party, and he made the mistake of messing around with some younger girl at the party. My brother is kind of a piece of shit, and the girl's older brother was there. So her brother busts in and freaks out because she's like 17 and my brother is about 21 over 22. So the girl starts freaking out saying it was rap and the dude comes after him. Brother pulls out his gun and tell him to back off. Party ends. So the next day the police show up at our house and arrest him. Charged with rap and some sort of gun charge. Everyone knew it wasn't rap, so my brother and his wife, yes she's still with him, call the girl's sister and tries to get her to talk some sense into her. So finally the sister convinces the girl to call and talk to my brother and his wife and admit she was lying. So while they were on the phone, my sister-in-law says, "You weren't rapped. You have no idea what rap is like. I've been rapped by my dad most of my life. You need to do the right thing here." All of us were listening on speakerphone and just stopped with jaws agape. So not only does this girl drop the rap charge, but my quiet, never talks, deals with my brother's crap in silence sister-in-law unloaded this crazier secret she's never told anyone. Extra twist, her dad is a cop. It happened to me. I was at a friend's farewell party and met a cute girl there. We were having a blast and we eventually hooked up in a club we were in. Fast forward to a year, I met another girl, I'll call her P, and we instantly became fast friends. One night, we were talking about our past hookups, and I mentioned the girl. Plot twist, she was P's ex-girlfriend, who broke up with her few days earlier, because she realized she was straight in the end. So, not only did I meet P's ex, I also was her straight rebound that night. Needless to say, P wasn't very happy about it. And I live in a major metropolitan city, so the odds were pretty slim. Ninja'd it. To make this even more ludicrous, I actually met P much earlier, but we didn't really talk a lot. That was the night I met and hooked up with my now ex-girlfriend, call her A. Many months later, I went to my other friend's, call her X, birthday party. I then met and connected with P. She was talking to her, the same ex I met on the night I also met P. I also recalled another story, the night I also saw P, but before X's party where we started talking, was at another party. This was before I met A either. I was recovering from a breakup from a girl named N, and I was feeling quite down but chill. It was my birthday. X was very happy with herself, and was bragging that she finally hooked up with a nice girl. She then approached me and opened up her gallery so I can have a good look at the girl. It was N, my ex. So, yeah, that was a bad birthday present. TLDR, I should watch out my sexcapades, because they have a tendency to turn into M. Night Shyamalan ding dong-esque plot twists. One of my childhood friends, 1950s, had a mom that was weird. We lived in a rural area. She was always quiet, studious, bespectacled, and so even-tempered it was like she was on Prozac. But always impressed you with her intellect when she did converse. She wore typical plain print dresses common for housewives at the time, and a hairdo that belonged in the 1930s. A strange mix of high intelligence and old-fashioned ways. The weirdest thing about her was that she would disappear for days at a time without any explanation, and my friend seemed to take it in stride. The four brothers just took care of each other, and their older dad, who was sickly 50 years later, my childhood friend, and I'd find each other on the internet. In one of our earlier online conversations, he divulges, by the way, my mom was an FBI agent all those years. Not even I nor my brothers had any idea. A 50-year-old puzzle suddenly all fit together. It even probably explains why she faithfully attended our country church, which had a rabid, crusading communist on the church board. We were just fresh out of the McCarthyism era. A recent transplant from LA to our backwoods little community. He was always trying to recruit the young people through long Marxist-oriented discussions on our campouts and hiking trips. One day, he just disappeared. Shortly after, my friend's family moved to the big city. Mission accomplished is my best guess, and old-fashioned. The woman had to be trained in firearms and self-defense. Glad I was always on her good side, I thought. The internet was just beginning to be a thing when I went to college. Internet privacy was not yet a thing, so it was possible to pull up a list of all the current students with some of their details. Their full name, student ID and email address, mainly. A friend and I did that, for some reason. And we discovered another student with my first name. My name is uncommon. So we decided I should write a wacky email to this person. Something like, "Hi there. Guess what? We have the same name. I like bananas. Do you like bananas? What do you think Proust would think?" That kind of silly shit. That same friend was enamored of some girl who lived out of town. But the uni itself is on the outskirts, only a few kilometers from her house. So we decided to go for a late night jaunt to visit her. He seemed to think she wouldn't mind. So we arrive at this house in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. There are no lights on. There's no light anywhere. There's no sound either. Just crickets. But like oblivious college kids, we knock anyway. No answer. Knock again. Finally some girl hesitantly opens the door and we ask about my friend's friend. Turns out she didn't live there at all. We apologize and walk back to college. The next day I get an email from an old classmate from high school. We never liked each other much. He told me to stop harassing his girlfriend with weirdo emails and late night stalker visits. Now 24 meters, London Point. Then 21 meter London Point. A friend of mine, Asian dude, breaks up with a girlfriend I never got to meet because we weren't really interacting for a year or two. Nasty breakup. TMI details, but whatever, stick with me. So I never really went into it with him because it was a sensitive subject. Forward a month or so from when we got talking again, and he briefly told me his ex-girlfriend did blah blah. Key detail, his ex is a twin, like identical to the T. I'm out clubbing with him. He sees his ex-girlfriend's sister, and I don't know how the dude realized it wasn't her, but her sister. But I guess you can probably smell someone fat nosal mayo. I'm quite adept to clubbing. I'm a club promoter in Mayfair in London, and he knows I'll bang anything that's above a 7 and has a pulse. So he comes up with this wacky drunk suggestion of me banging her sister, taking a quick Snapchat of her after in the bed, and sending it to him. I've gone over, done the job, and she's back at mine. We fuck and exchange number and whatever. I know you're his friend, so let's not mention this to him because it'll get back to my sister Ladiella point. So that was that. Didn't get a pic though cause I felt bad. She was a cool chick after all. Watched Rick and Morty and kicked it whilst getting head before she actually did leave. Anyway, we talk very briefly on WhatsApp for a while, but it fizzles out. She hits me like 2 months later near my birthday, like I want to fuck again. I'm a male. Yes, PLS. What time and where do I send the Uber to get you? So she comes around. I hit it hard af, like him raw dogging it without anything. It's that intense. We bang from 8 PM to the next morning sunrise. Lol on and off with movies. Fall asleep, wake up, and she's gone. I go to a shisha bar. Yeah, white person in shisha, that's right. The next day to meet my buddy. What the fuck? Did you fuck? Let's say sing cause that's culturally appropriate. Wrecked. Huh. No, I smashed her sister last night. Thol mayo high five. Okay, no high fives, but W. He shows me a text convo between him and his ex dude has a picture of my dick in her mouth. Pics of my laying down getting oral and somehow that of her riding me. No secret cameramen, just shady beach is able to slyly record. I guess I'm still like, but yeah, that's her sister. He's like, no, she said that it was her that went around and her sister helped her plan it. TLDR. Faked my friend's ex-girlfriend's twin sister, turned out was his ex-girlfriend. A couple of years ago I was still living at my dad's. On this particular night I was staying at my girlfriend's house the next town over. I got a call the next morning from my grandma, who lives next door to my dad on the left side, asking if the police woke me up too, not knowing I didn't stay home that night. Apparently at about 5 AM a man was found dead on my other neighbor's lawn. This house is to the right of my dad's. The police had found his shoe in the gutter in front of my grandma's house, a few dents in the cars out front of her house and my house, and the body on my neighbor's lawn with his head on a brick. Altogether the incident spanned 3 houses. The police investigated and kept people from leaving the block for around 6 hours for questioning. After everything they deemed it an accident. Fast forward to a couple years later, and my dad needed a painter to repaint the outside of his house. One of my coworkers is a painter part-time, so he hires him. About a week into the paint job, the painter and I are both working at our mutual job. We start talking about my neighborhood and my coworker mentions he had a friend that passed away near my place. He said they were at a bar a few blocks away and got hammered. When they left, his friend decided to walk home, but he never heard from his friend again. When he called the police they told him his friend was heavily intoxicated, tripped, and hit his head on a brick. Turns out the man who died in front of my neighbor's lawn was my coworker's friend. It happened to me twice. I was seeing someone I met on Tinder. He was alright, but I was also seeing another guy I met on Tinder. Then plot twist, as it turns out, they worked together. So guy 2 goes to guy 1, and they start having a dick measuring contest and deciding who gets to fuck me. They both, stupidly, told me about this, so I'm pissed because I just met these people and they think it's their decision who gets me. Like, no. So I'm texting guy 1 because I totally cut guy 2 out of my life. After starting all this BS, and we're arguing about it, he sees he's upset me, and to make me feel better he sent my phone number to 2 of his friends. They sent me memes and funny stuff for a few hours, but me and one of the friends got to talking. It turned out we had a lot in common, so we became friends, traded snaps, the whole thing. Then a couple days later I accidentally sent him a picture that was meant for someone else, knee pic. At this point I had stopped talking to guy 1 as well, but at the same time I'm like, cool. I just exposed myself to one of guy 1's friend. They are totally going to talk about this. But nah, the friend was chill about it. He never showed guy 1 as far as I know. Instead he just told me that I could send him pics anytime. So, I'm like, yeah, this guy is attractive. He's attracted to me. This is alright. We talked for a few more days and we decide to hang out at my place. Let's be real. We both knew why we were there. So, that happens. I lose my virginity to him. It was nice. So we keep seeing each other. Now, this guy doesn't really use social media, but I'm curious. So I look up his name on Instagram and bam. He's got our Instagram. I'm looking through it, and they're all pretty old posts. The first post on there was a picture of him and a girl. I think nothing of it because these posts must be so old, right? Except then I noticed the date. It was a couple days before that. And he was wearing the same shirt he had worn to my house that night. Plot twist, he had a ducking girlfriend the whole time. I texted him and asked him to come over. He refused. So in my infinite wisdom I think, yeah, okay, I'll just call him. This will be fine. It was not fine. He barely said anything when I confronted him, but I, on the other hand, couldn't stop crying. Like, I had just had sex with this person. My first time. After years of being terrified that I couldn't because of previous abuse, I had waited until I was 22. So we stopped talking for a few days. Then I can't help it. I contact him. We decided to be friends. That doesn't work. We continue having sex behind his girlfriend's back. Yes, I know. I'm the worst. I fell in love with him. Hard. Then comes the countless weeks of me begging him to pay attention to me and realizing he didn't care about me at all. It faked me up for a really long time. But that's a whole different story. I've left a lot out, but this is too long anyway. Point TLDR. I sent a picture to a friend. We faked. It was my first time. I fell in love. Turns out he had a girlfriend. He broke my heart into a million pieces. I finally have somewhere to tell this story. My uncle had a stroke a few years back. He lost feeling in the left side of his body. They caught the stroke early enough, so he was regaining the use of his left side a few days later in the hospital. They were having trouble figuring out what caused the stroke though. One day he got up out of his hospital bed to use the bathroom. On his way back to his bed, boom, he collapses. Turns out what caused his stroke was a very small clot in his right leg. The clot moved to his brain and burst. My uncle was now fully paralyzed on the left side of his body, or so we thought. For over a year my aunt, my father, and family friends waited on him hand and foot. Now my uncle was not a small man, 6 feet 2 inches 240 pounds. Because he was paralyzed, he required help getting in and out of his wheelchair to use the bathroom, get dressed, shower, eat 3 meals a day, and get in and out of bed. He was going to physical therapy to try and help him learn how to do things on his own, but he was very resistant to it. Plot twist time. Fast forward about 10 months. My aunt was caring for my uncle one day and she needed to run a quick errand. They had gotten my uncle a motorized wheelchair so he could maneuver around the house without help, so they felt comfortable leaving him by himself for short periods of time. My uncle mentioned he was hungry and my aunt told him she would make him lunch when she got back. So my aunt leaves for about 20 minutes, and when she returns home she finds my uncle standing in the kitchen making himself lunch. Not just reheating something in the microwave. He was standing, making himself a grilled cheese sandwich, which required him to get a frying pan, which was hanging on hooks over the stove, get all the ingredients out of the fridge, and put it all together. After the shock wore off, my aunt asked what the fuck? Turns out my uncle has had feeling and mobility in his limbs for about 6 months. Not fully mobile, but enough to use them to do small tasks. My father was informed of this and lost his sheet. My whole family had essentially put their lives on hold for a year to care for my uncle, and he had been able to take care of himself for some time, but decided not to tell anyone. My father cut all communication with him that day. Plot twist #2 During this whole ordeal, my uncle's ex/girlfriend from high school had caught wind of him having a stroke and reached out on Facebook to see how he was doing. Now keep in mind, my aunt and uncle had been married for 30 years and have 3 kids at this point. So after we discover that my uncle has had some use of his limbs for some time and had basically been using everyone as his personal servants, he decides it's time to come clean that he has been having an online relationship with this ex/girlfriend that he reconnected with on Facebook for about 4 months now, and they want to be together, and he wants a divorce from my aunt so he can go live with this ex/girlfriend 4 states away. My aunt was so furious at this point, she said, "Go live the rest of your life happy somewhere else. I'm done." I haven't seen or spoken to my uncle in almost 2 years now. He is still confined to a wheelchair, but he has the ability to get himself in and out of it to do most tasks. Last I heard, the now girlfriend has him in an assisted living facility, but she sees him every day and he seems happy. TLDR, my uncle had a stroke and regained some use of his extremities, but didn't tell anyone for almost a year, then divorced my aunt to be with his high school GF. I was in JROTC back in high school. It was my senior year, 13 to 14. I was with a buddy of mine, I'll call him M. We both showed up to school very early in the morning. We saw one another in the hallway and decided to kill time before first period, so we go to the cafeteria. There we notice others from ROTC sitting around a table, so we gravitate towards them. There was about 5 people sitting in the table. I didn't really talk too much to 2 of them, but I instantly recognized a guy I knew. We'll call him CC. Is with his girlfriend and has his arm wrapped around her. C's girlfriend looks irritable. I don't really know her too well, so I assume it's because it's so early in the morning and she must have slept late the night before. C tries to make conversation with his girlfriend, but she's having none of it. He mutters whatever and looks away. Everyone in the group is talking except C's girlfriend, who keeps looking to the side. I look up and notice a girl approach the table, and she takes a seat next to C's girlfriend. C's girlfriend turns to C, and with the widest grin I had seen in my 17 years of life, proceeds to ask him, "So C, when were you going to tell me you've been cheating on me? I looked through your Facebook messages, so don't even try to deny anything. When were you gonna tell me you were bisexual?" C, thoroughly embarrassed from being forced out of the closet, C unwraps his arm around her and says, "Fuck you, bitch." C's ex goes on a verbal assault as he gets his backpack and begins to walk away. C's ex and the girl who sat next to her get up from the table and leave. Everyone at the table sat there, all of us with blank expressions, but each of us having widened eyes. C was a bit of a man's man. He knew his way around vehicles, and never once did my BDR go off. He began to talk openly about his sexuality after that. It didn't surprise me, since he was again forced out of the closet by his ex, who he proceeded to start a rumor that she smelled like fish. After C came out, slowly but surely, everyone in JROTC began to reveal their sexualities. It was like a domino effect. After high school I kept up with C for a little bit. He dated one of my best friends, who is a girl, after we graduated. Funny thing, after they broke up, he told me if I ever decided to experiment with guys, to give him a call. I never did, obviously, but little did he know that I'm bisexual myself. I just wasn't interested in him. My dad told me a story that we were related to a former Secretary of State who ran for president in 1884 and lost to Grover Cleveland, James G. Blaine. He wasn't sure how we were related, but this was something he was always told as a kid. James G. Blaine was of Scottish-Irish descent, so I got an ancestry account and started researching this about 2 years ago. Along the way, I learned many of the records that would show how we were related were gone or not available. I reported it to my dad and moved on. About 6 months ago I logged into my ancestry account and re-upped my membership. I'd never looked at my mom's side. I asked her if she was interested in learning where her family came from. She was indifferent, but was curious if I found anything. Along the way I would call her here and there to pick her brain on any info she could recall, and at one point she dug into an old box and sent me photos of birth certificates for several members of her family that had long passed. She'd never really looked at them, but decided it would help. Damn, did it ever. Turns out that Orville and Wilbur Wright are first cousins 5 times removed, and we also have a grandfather, no idea how many times removed, but several, who died during the Revolutionary War. Needless to say, Mom was shocked, and I've since had a company make a copy of her family tree, frame it, and she hangs it with pride on the wall. And Dad, well, he asks me to keep digging. Apparently there's a little jealousy in the parents' house now. Sorry Dad. My grandfather was sick for about the last 10 years of his life. He had several strokes and his uncontrolled diabetes led to him losing most of his foot. My grandmother, who was his sole caregiver, was a trooper. She made sure he had everything that he needed and vowed he'd never go to any nursing home or assisted living. My parents lived down the street from my grandparents, which made it easy for my dad to help my grandmother out. At the time, I was still living at home, and we'd get frequent calls that my grandfather had fallen or that the ambulance was at their house to pick him up. It became so frequent that every time I heard a siren, my dad and I would immediately rush down to their house to see what was wrong. One day I got home from work and shortly after, my grandfather calls. That's weird. He simply says, something's wrong. My dad and I rush over thinking he'd fallen again, but what we found is etched in my memory to this day. My grandfather is sitting in the passenger seat of his car in my grandparents' garage. We open the garage door and think he just needs help getting out of the car. The door to the inside of the house is open. My grandmother's purse is on the small table visible through the door. My dad goes to move the door back a little further and the sound he makes is almost inhuman. It is seared into my memory. I come around the car door to see my grandmother lying, lifeless, on the garage floor. It seemed like an eternity before I moved. My mind couldn't comprehend what I was seeing. My dad fell down to his knees and started giving her CPR at once. The first compression was horrifying. Her lungs gurgled and her body heaved. She was dead. I knew she was dead, but I couldn't tell him. He worked frantically and told me to call 911. The operator picked up and my mind went blank. I managed to get out that my grandmother had collapsed and their address. The operator told me to count out loud for my dad while he did chest compressions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Quote, I must have said those numbers 1,000 times before the emergency personnel arrived. The rush of lights and questions and condolences is a blur to me now. I only remember feeling numb. My dad was despondent and my grandfather looked like he was in a haze. The paramedics informed us that she'd been dead for hours from a heart attack, and later, from asking my grandfather, we learned that she had collapsed, and when she didn't come back from dropping off her purse in the house, he went looking for her. He said he tripped over her body while trying to get into the house. He then crawled over and laid beside her for who knows how long, trying to get her to breathe. He then remembered he had his cell phone in the car and dragged himself back into the car into the position we found him. I never in my wildest dreams would have thought my grandmother would go first. She apparently was having chest pains weeks prior to her death, but didn't want anyone to worry about her. She wanted to make sure my grandfather was taken care of first. He died 3 months later from congestive heart failure. The doctors literally said he died from a broken heart. 60 years of marriage has a way of making the heart grow fond. So far, that is the biggest plot twist of my life. Going through multiple times of believing your grandfather is going to die and your grandmother, the trooper, the rock, goes first. It threw my family for a loop. Just realized I have some stories I can add to this. If you've spent a lot of time single and online dating, this is the kind of stuff that can happen. For context, I live in one of the biggest cities in the world. So, my ex and I are pretty good friends. We broke up years ago. We don't live in the same city anymore. We'd often talked about having a threesome, and she was in town whilst I was dating someone who was game. So, we all had a great night together. Anyway, few weeks later, and I have some other girl over who I've hooked up with sporadically over the last year. We are drinking in my garden and start talking about recent threesome experiences, and we eventually hook up. Few weeks after that, my ex messages me going, "So, hey, do you know other girl?" Well, it turns out my ex and this other girl had a threesome with some other dude who brought them together. This guy is some sort of group action god, and somehow my ex had worked out this other girl knew me. Now I don't think the timings worked out that me and that other girl were discussing that particular threesome. She hadn't had it yet, but it's still super weird all the same. Another story would be messaging a woman online. Got a date set up for the weekend. Come Friday and she messages me going, "Hey, do you know a woman called XO? You slept with her about a year ago. Well, she's my flatmate. Oh yeah. Pretty sure she won't care if we go on a date. It was just a one-nighter." Well, didn't get the date. Woman couldn't deal. Messaged the other woman to apologize for being awkward and that I was sorry for hitting on her flatmate. She had found it hilarious. Ended up spending what would have been the date in bed with her instead. I had a friend in high school for 1 year, and he was definitely agnostic, and also was completely into conspiracy theories. He literally told me to come to school early one day, because he wanted to talk to me, and when I got there he started talking about how George W. Bush was trying to unite the North American countries and that there was some connection to the church or something like that. He was also a womanizer, constantly hitting on any human that happened to be female. Anyways, he moved schools, and we didn't keep in touch. Fast forward a few years, and I randomly run into him at university. He's with a girl, and he tells me that this is his fiancée, that he's going to be married to, which completely surprised me given how he was in high school. Again, we part ways and we don't keep in contact. Roughly a year later, I run into him again, and this time, he's dropped conspiracy theories and questioning God, and is now a die-hard Christian. He spent half an hour basically trying to convert me to Christianity, while I was uncomfortably trying to get away from him. He also told me he was married and had a kid, which surprised me. However, given that he was trying to shove his religion down his throat, despite saying I'd keep in contact with him, I definitely didn't, because I really don't need to deal with that. Anyways, almost a year later, it's 2 AM, I'm taking a break from homework by playing Pokemon Go, and I shit you not I run into him. We were literally the only two people in the area we were in. I go and talk with him, and he then tells me his wife left him, and took his kid, and left no way of contact. However, he's still super religious, and kept telling me about how it must be in God's plan, despite the pain. We parted ways again, and now I'm just waiting to randomly run into him again, and see what new twist happened in his life. I manage a vet clinic that also fosters rescue kittens. Part of the contract is that you have to spay/neuter your cat, for obvious reasons. We always check consistently until we know the cats have all their shots and their neuter done. This one lady keeps making and cancelling her spay appointments. I remembered adopting to her. She was very nice and put together, so I don't worry too much. Finally she comes in to discuss the spay. Kinda weird, since we've discussed it a few times, but that's fine. I'd rather owners be fully informed about their pet's care. She shows up and something is very off. She's really spaced out and shifty and smells like weed. She keeps asking me to rate her cat on its conformation and explain how cat color genetics work. I sort of dodge the questions and ask about the spay, but she says she doesn't want to because she wants to breed her cat. Myself and the vet then spend an hour trying to politely explain why that's a firm no, and that at this point she needs to leave the cat for its spay, because she's almost a year old and is legally required to, because of the adoption contract. She insists she'll bring the cat back later once she thinks about it. The vet lets her go, against my protest, but he was right and she did bring the cat back a few days later, after some increasingly argumentative phone calls. We essentially had to bribe her back in, because she wanted another cat, and we said not until her current one is spayed. This time she didn't smell like weed, but was even more spaced out. The cat stays overnight, because she dropped off right before we closed. The vet didn't want to say come back tomorrow, because then she may disappear, so we gave her a free night of boarding. When she drops off the cat, she brings her 5-year-old son and keeps telling him say goodbye to Kitty. You'll never see Kitty again because she might die in surgery. We reassure her that, while there are risks, it is a routine procedure and we will do everything we can to care for Kitty. I remind her that we can do blood work before to check for any underlying issues, but she insists Kitty is healthy and doesn't need it, so she declines the blood work. Yet she still insists her son says goodbye because the cat will probably die in surgery. The next day, even though everything was normal in all the exams, the cat dies in recovery. We've been in business for over 6 years and have never lost a cat during a spay. The doctor has no clue what happened. Toxicology shows that the cat had drugs in its system. We find out later that the woman lost her job and turned to drugs in the 8 months she had the kitten. It's crazy how fast someone's life can fall apart. One day she had an outstanding professional life and stellar professional and personal references, and 8 months later she is almost homeless. I hope her son is okay. My father owned a facility for charitable gaming, and it was unlike anything any owned seen up until then. Divided/secure offices, individual safes for charities, a 24-hour access for renters, charities, and his prices for daily/weekly rent were more than reasonable. He even went out of his way not to run other businesses/gaming halls out of town. To boot, he didn't carry keys for any charities offices, and hired locksmiths to change locks between each renter. My stepmother helped run an animal recovery clinic before she met my father, and she gave that up when he opened his business to avoid conflicts, but he and I would do emergency care for animals out of his home. The bottom floor was set up as an animal hospital, and we arranged to have a DVM on call. After having the business for a couple years, he and my stepmother moved further up north closer to her family, and their mutual friend ran the business. She had no ties to any charities. About 6 months later, things got weird. He had a vacancy, which literally hadn't happened since he opened the place, and their friend raised the rent for patrons. 2 other vacancies opened up a week later, which accounted for 2 open nights. To understand the weight of this, charities would rent a slot or a night of the week, 2 slots per night. All said, 3 nights were open at $700/week/slot, which cost my father $2,800 a week. Now, he also had concessions, which made a cool $500 plus an evening, so there's another $1,000. Despite paying the woman running it a very cherry salary, about $60K/year, to do nothing but occasionally call a locksmith and make a weekly call to charities, it turns out this woman colluded with another charity hall and successfully framed my father for some wrongdoing. His saving grace was the fact that he literally couldn't have had access to anything. All charities signed a contract saying that they would change their keys with a locksmith of their choice, and he would reimburse them. Here's the twist. My stepmother was sleeping with a locksmith, who was another charity owner, and these charities used this guy, and my stepmother forgot to give the contract my father had created to 2 tenants that mysteriously began coming up short on their tills when my father found out something was wrong. But before he knew my stepmother was in on it, he sold his property to an investor for $50K, and my stepmother lost her mind. Sorry for the length of this, really, but because she faked him over so bad, she essentially lost half of a $600K/year business, and he lost just about all of it. Since it was all tied to the business, he paid the people that lost their money anything they said they lost without question, and no one pressed charges. He was so terrified of going to jail, he was content with finding new work, but my stepmother wasn't satisfied with that, and she told him everything, and he broke down. After which, his life spiraled completely out of control, and she did everything in her power to bring ruin to mine and my family's life. Up until about 2004, I would have said my dad was one of the best people I've known, but that took it out of him. He was basically a working stiff until he found a knack for helping people help animals, and this woman ruined that. I haven't talked with him in 3 years, and he's done quite a bit to fuck with my life too. The thing that pops into mind first is a recent event, so it stands out, possibly not the biggest one seen, but pretty dramatic. Met a girl while she was on vacation in my city. We hit it off, started talking. Things got a little more serious. I end up moving to her city to be with her. Drop my life to start a new one. Fast forward 3 months, this woman ends up being pretty crazy. Ends up breaking up with me, kicking me out of the place we got together, and attempting to get me fired from my job, which she happened to work at as well. Spread lies and basically tarnished my reputation before I had a chance to establish one. Well, I stuck it out. I didn't move 3 out of the house because we and 2 other people split it equally ECT, and she was the bad roommate. Well, people really are their own worst enemies. With zero influence from my part, she lost her job and decided to leave town for 2 weeks without Twilly by anyone, and Levy by her dog, locked in her room. We adopted the dog and kicked her out. The truth about her has since come out, and now she is perceived as a bad person. Well, because she is. Yeah, we got stiffed on rent and utilities and had to clean up a lot of dog shit. But everything she tried to do to me through lies and manipulation happened to her naturally. A group of friends went to a bar, and with us was this girl, who I'm gonna call G1, whose boyfriend had traveled like 8 hours to see her. So it's later in the night and we're drinking, but noon is really hammered yet. G1 and her boyfriend start getting into an argument. G1 walks outside and G2, G1's best friend, gets in boyfriend's face and starts arguing with him. Now I lose interest at this time because I'm drinking and the fight doesn't involve me, but when I look back over minute, tops, G2 and G1's boyfriend were making out. So I nudge my buddy so he can see what I'm seeing. We see the boyfriend walk out to find G1, so we step out with them. In a bit of teamwork, I distract the boyfriend so my buddy can tell G1. G1 comes back livid, screaming if this is true, when out walks G2, completely oblivious. G1 confronts her and she just breaks down crying. I hated seeing that part. The 3 of them start talking / yelling with each other when G2 reaches for G1's hand. G1 pulls her hand back and slaps the fuck out of her. You could hear it across the parking lot. Stuns her. G1 gets in my car and tells me to drive, which I do. I get like a block before I remind her I was everybody's ride. I circle around and pick up my buddy and G2. We left the now ex-boyfriend there to walk and a really quiet drive back to her house. Long story short, the next day G1 and G2 were now girlfriend and girlfriend. When I was just out of high school, I worked at a gas station in South Torrance. While I was employed there, the owner hired a guy about my age. He was a cool guy. He was off though. He would check his car doors every 30 minutes because he couldn't remember if he locked them. He was very socially awkward. He was fanatical about his car and about his B-52s. Records fast forward about 8 years. I was married with 2 young boys. My wife and I moved to California. I was trying to get my architecture business started and worked at a liquor store part-time. One weekend while I was working the store, a small group of guys came in together. They all worked together for the movie Refinery. They kept referring to their boss, Greg. Greg finally pulls up in a Celine Mustang, a very nice Celine Mustang. He gets out of his car and struts into the liquor store with a string air of confidence. This dude's on fire. He's sharp as a tack. He's making smart as remarks to all his employees. I ask one of the guys that was leaning against the counter, is your boss named Greg? By chance? I can't remember his name now, but wouldn't give it anyways. He confirms the name and looks at me confused. I told him I used to know his boss. I never let Greg know who I was. This guy was the opposite of the person I knew previous. To this day, I have never seen anyone change for the positive in such a drastic way. I still look to Greg as inspiration whenever I have a huge obstacle to overcome in my life. Thanks for the read. It's a little long, but atmosphere is important in this one. I grew up in the nice neighborhood of a rough town, lots of retirees, some kids. Other than being on the highway and the occasional bus stop at the bus station across the street, it was reasonably relaxed. About 1/4 of a mile away, a meth house gets busted. No one was too surprised. The garage was crumbling in on itself, and the bricks were more mold than brick. The town cleans up the property, so it's sort of safe again. All is well. At this point we've acquired some new-ish neighbors who, in the 3 to 4 years they were there, never seemed to realize that "good neighborhood" is relative otherwise. They were a stereotypically perfect white American family. Mom was naturally blonde and always put together. They had a couple of little boys and a baby. I only ever saw dad in sort of tasteful golf shirts. I don't know how to describe them, except they seemed to come out of a 50s dream world. Dad built all sorts of extensions onto the house. There was something always under construction, no clue why. The house was already pretty big, even for a couple of kids. A sunroom slash extra lounge is one thing, but Papa Bear was adding on what seemed like an entire new house. My family figured he was back "keeping up with the Joneses." The men in the neighborhood were very weird about lawns, which thankfully my dad did not buy into. Maybe the guy across the street was ramping it up a bit. Turns out, to fund all those additions, dad was cooking and dealing drugs from the basement. I'm pretty late, but I have one. I've always had a crush on this girl named Gwen. Gwen and I dated in 5th grade. I was smitten. I wore glasses and had just gotten my braces, and the cute new girl liked me. Our relationship ended as all child relationships do. Next year she moves and goes to a new school. Didn't add each other on MySpace, so we never kept in touch. Sophomore year I changed schools from a dorky charter school to the public high school so I can play a sport. Lo and behold, I run into Gwen in the hallway. Turns out I still had a crush on her, and she was still incredibly cute. We would cross paths here and there, and I tried kicking it to her, but I obviously wasn't her type. Life goes on. I moved down south and enjoy a suburban teenage life. Turns out Gwen got pregnant junior year and is having a kid, and my heart went out to her. Life continues to go on. Heartbreak, college, tragedy, yada yada. Gwen adds me on Instagram less than a year ago. Turns out she has the mom thing down and she's killing it. I still have a slight crush. Then 2 weeks ago she likes a picture of me from October. I get the hint and ask her out for drinks. She says she'd love to and gives me her number. We've been talking since and reminiscing when we would text each other on flip phones. It's not a major plot twist, but 11-year-old me would be very jealous of me now. I actually have one for this. On January 9th of this year, my older half brother, his wife, my mother, my stepfather, and I were discussing my brother and my deceased father. He died when I was 8, and my brother was 27. We all knew that between us, he had had another child, in another relationship. Sadly, that child, my other brother, had died at age 3 in a tragic accident. The conversation turned to this child, my middle brother, and my mother remembered that she still had all my father's old documents. She went into the other room and brought them back, finding such things as our brother's birth certificate. We learned his full name at that time, which was pleasant, but wasn't the surprise point. My mother also found my dad's divorce documents to the mother of that child. My mom was surprised by something. The document was filed in the city I was born in. She was incensed because my father had told her he had never lived in that city before they moved there together when she was pregnant with me. This seemed odd, so we read it in full, and when she read out the date, I asked her to read that part again because it couldn't be right. It was dated 3 months after I was born. Needless to say, none of us had any idea before this that my father was still married to the woman the entire time he dated my mother, and even up until after I came onto the scene, so to speak. The documents themselves made clear that the two had had no relationship or interaction since shortly after my middle brother's birth, which made sense. Apparently he just hadn't gotten around to it. Or, considering some of his other issues during the time, simply hadn't been physically able to get it done until that date. And I mean, at least he did it and got the divorce finalized. That's got to count for something. Also, since my mother would never have dated him if she knew he was married at the time, and I like existing still, my immediate response when I realized what had transpired was to call him a lying motherfucker. Not the first time I called my dead father that. I had a coworker that worked the night shift and I worked the day shift, so I would see her most days when I came into work. She was young and pretty and had a boyfriend that she talked about all the time. He was in the military, I don't know what branch, and he was stationed overseas. As I'm starting my shift one morning, she tells me that her boyfriend was able to get leave and she was super excited because it meant they could be together and do mushy lovey couple things. It was all she talked about for a few months. I walk into work on a Friday morning and she started talking about how she's going to a girlfriend's house for breakfast and a girl's day before she has to go pick up her boyfriend. She had changed into her pajamas too. Okay, whatever. A few hours into my shift, I get a phone call from a lady asking if my coworker was there. Turns out it was her mother calling. I said no, her shift ended a few hours prior. She said that couldn't be right because my coworker told her she was working the day shift and she wasn't answering her cell phone, so she was getting concerned. She said that her boyfriend had come home a few days early to surprise her, and even he's having a hard time getting a hold of her too. I told her everything that my coworker told me about her going to a girlfriend's house for a girl's day. I even told her about her leaving in her pajamas. A half hour later, her boyfriend calls in to see if she's there. He tells me the same thing, that she's not picking up the phone. I told him all I knew. My shift ends, and I go home. Monday morning, I walk into a new replacement. Turns out, my coworker was banging another coworker who worked the night shift. She told her parents she was working the day shift, so they wouldn't call her while she was working. She left in the pajamas because she was heading to her new lover's house after her shift ended. This was her way of dumping her boyfriend for some ex-convict. The reason why her boyfriend came home a few days early was because he wanted to do a surprise proposal. I wish I wasn't so late to these types of questions. I was a single dad and my daughter was about to have her first birthday. My mom tells me that her friend's daughter, whom I've always found pretty attractive, decorates cakes on the side. I message her to start small talk and ask her to make a cake for my daughter. She agrees and I invite her to stay at the party when she delivered it. So she does. We continue to talk over a week and I'm hoping to make a move at some point to ask her out. Things keep getting better and she invites me over to hang with her and her roommate at the house she rents from another family acquaintance I know. While I'm there, she talks about having an extra bedroom and she knew I was interested in moving to that city for work, so I ask if I could rent it. She loved the idea and said she would have to talk to the owners first. Shortly after, she starts dating this guy that is a total douche. I met him twice and both times he came off as an arrogant prick. He was a car salesman, if that helps you understand. Her and I continue to hang out alone. Nothing happens, but I start to really dig her. One night, I went over after I got off work. I had to come back to that city the next day, so she invited me to stay the night. Before bed, she tells me about how she's about to break up with her boyfriend and continues to complain about him, and I share with her my thoughts about the guy. We go to bed and eventually hooked up that night. She breaks up with her boyfriend the next day. Yeah, I probably should have waited out of courtesy, and I'm excited that I have a for sure chance to date her now. Flash forward a week, and we are still talking about me moving in. I start to be friends with her roommate, and we are all becoming a pretty good trio. This girl, Jess, still hasn't talked to the landlord, but that's fine, since I wasn't planning to move for another month. That weekend, we go to a bar with some of my friends, and she asks to bring a guy friend from high school that's in town. I can't say no, but this guy is in the Marines, so I automatically assume the worst, and think he's another jerk that she's going to date. He comes, hangs out, seems to be a decent guy, then leaves. Then she leaves shortly after, and invites me to stay the night. If I get too drunk to drive an hour home, point of course I get too drunk to drive home. So my buddy drops me off at her place. I knock on the door, and she answers bawling, I mean seriously ugly, crying. She tells me I have to go home, and I shouldn't stay there. I get freaked out, and ask what's wrong, and she tells me to just leave. I ask to come in and talk while my friend comes back to get me, and she just runs to the bathroom and closes the door while continuing to weep. I keep prying to see what happened, thinking maybe something happened between her and her friend after she got home. She babbles that she's been part of an affair for a year with a married man, and I know who it is. My heart sinks while my brain starts combing through the large amount of mutual friends we have and thinking about which ones are married. I ask who it is, and she tells me it's her landlord. Boom. Everything made sense now. Why she hasn't asked him if I could move in, why he's come over to repair a cabinet door a couple times that still isn't fixed, and why she didn't want me over while he was there. Other stuff happened after that, but man, that was a wild roller coaster TLDR. I become friends with a family friend's daughter I've always found attractive. Become good friends anticipating to become more. Start the process to move into the house she's renting from another family acquaintance. We hook up, then find out she's been having an affair with the landlord ever since she started living there. Worked in a large dental lab, occasionally with this AP woman back in 2012. As the year was winding down she wouldn't shut the fuck up about how the world was going to end on the 21st of December 2012 because of the Mayan calendar. I would argue somewhat bitterly with her about how it was nonsense, nothing bad would happen. Around mid-November, I finally got fed up with her talking about this subject and just said nothing is going to happen. It'll come angio and we'll all be faking fine. We didn't talk a whole lot after that. Coinciding with this event I started feeling crappy. Went to urgent care, was told I was just run down, and to try to rest. Kept feeling worse, go back in, get told I just have a cold, and shouldn't be wasting doctor's time. Still get worse, get told it's a light pneumonia and that, if I don't feel better in the next 2 days, to go into the ER. That night I go out to my folks' house, because I felt like someone should look after me. In the middle of the night I wake up in incredible pain. I feel like someone's inflating my chest cavity with a bike pump. Go to the ER with my mom, and at this point the memories sort of fade away, until I wake up in a hospital some indeterminable amount of time later. But it's not the same hospital I went into. Turns out I had developed blastomycosis, fungal sheet, in my lungs, and had been induced into a coma to try to save my life. They induced the coma the week of 12/21. Fact point, still don't believe in any of that nonsense though. I flew regularly between Boston and LA for many years in the late 90s and early aughts. American Airlines was, and still is, my primary airline that I do my frequent flying through. On September 10th, 2001, my boss' last flight was heavily delayed, and American wanted to put me their first non-stop flight leaving the next morning. Normally, this wasn't an issue for me, and I'd just go back to my parents' house and let them move my flight and take the voucher. For reasons unknown to myself, I was oddly adamant that they put me on a flight, which at this point would have a connection point. The connection took me somewhere to the deep south. We arrive and we are told that due to the delays, all flights to Los Angeles have departed, and we need to stay the night and they'll fly us out next morning. Something in my brain screamed no, and I got in a huge screaming match at the front desk. I knew if I stayed there, I wouldn't have gotten out. They agreed to put me on a flight to Las Vegas, but after that I was on my own, and my luggage would arrive at a later time/date. I get into Vegas around 1 AM, walk over and buy a flight to LA, end up home finally on 3 AM on 9/11. Woke up to about 20 phone calls, and a friend banging on the window, to tell me about the attack. Long story short, could have been on AA flight 11 on 9/11. It was also eerie driving over to Lax a week later to get my luggage. It was shut down, no humans, all dark. There was a fellow who I went on a few dates with when he was coming right out of a serious relationship. He wanted to declare me his girlfriend immediately, and I wanted to hold the horses until I was sure of his emotional stability. He freaked out and broke things off. He was in a group of friends I was hanging out with regularly, and I saw him quite a bit. He'd always make puppy eyes at me, but then would give me ice cold shoulder and refuse to talk to me. I was certain he had feelings for me. Group of friends were clear with me that he didn't, and was bad-mouthing me. 4 months into the continuous puppy eyes and I pushed the issue. He shouts at me that he could never love me, that he didn't care anything about me, and never wanted to see me again. Super dramatic moment. We were both hanging out with a group of friends the next day, so I was like, okay. Saw him the next day, and he was the nicest he'd been to me in a bit, all smiles and chatting. I'm cool, he's cool, I have a good time with that group of friends, and expand my friendships and interests elsewhere as well. I'm having a grand old time and only see this group of friends every once in a while. Another 5 months go by, and he ends up taking drugs at a party. He physically grabs me, will not let me go. Tells me he has to tell me something right now, or he'll never have the courage to. He declares he is in love with me, and always has been in love with me. I'm like, I knew it. I don't say that. Instead I tell him he can tell me that when he is sober, if he really means it. A week or so later on New Year's, he's completely sober, and yes, the love confession was real, but he is moving to a different state. I felt like I was in a soap opera. I look back on that period of time and I feel amusement and a definite knowledge that the drama bullet merely grazed me. I'm late, but this is a decent story. NSFL, we are on a school trip in Brazil for a week, in Sao Paulo. Pretty standard. It was the last night and the group wanted to go out to a club. I hate clubs, but whatever. Out we went. One of the girls in our group was dancing pretty heavy with a local guy. Later on I saw them kissing on the dance floor. Good for her, you know. Go get it. Our flight out was pretty early the next day, and it was getting late, so the group rallied to leave. Someone went to grab the girl who was now fully making with the guy in the corner. She went to leave with us, and he started protesting. He was saying that she could spend the night with him, and that he would take her to the airport. He didn't want their fun to end. Eventually she leaves. And the way home someone cracks a joke at her, calling her a slut. She got mad and said shut up, but then you could see her smile. Next morning came quick and we all got ready to head to the airport. A commotion was coming from one of the girls' hotel rooms. A slutty girl had woken up with a rash all over her lower face, around her lips. The professor/chaperone made her go to the hospital. The rest of us left. She would get a later flight. Turns out the rash was caused by a bacteria that forms in saliva from consuming human flesh. The dude she had been kissing was a cannibal. The hospital brought in the police. She gave them the best description she could, and then they let her go. Was with someone. We had our history in the past. A few years go by, and we end up back together. What seemed like for good. Both madly in love, both wanting/ready to spend our lives together. Hadn't connected with anyone as close as I did with her. Things are going on in life, and we managed to deal with them and continue on. Awesome. Waiting for the long distance part of the relationship to end, and we are both starting out plans to get married. Crazy event where she could have potentially died, and I was there to help/console/ECT strengthening our relationship further. Cool. Logic. She tells me she can't ever be with me over the phone a week after visiting, and doesn't say why. Fast forward to me picking up my stuff that she still had like 4 months later. I leave, only to get a call from her asking if I could come back to talk. Reluctantly say yes. Turns out she got drunk and had sex with someone. K says she didn't really remember what happened. K says she doesn't even talk to him anymore. K says that what we had was very special and that I'm a good person. ECT.etc. K dig that hole deeper. That was the day I learned a very valuable lesson. By far the easiest way to cut an ex out of your life is if they cheat on you. Had just gone through a divorce and decided to try online dating since I had been out of the game for 10 plus years. Messaged back and forth with a few people, but nothing serious. Ended up meeting a really cool girl online, but she lived like 200 miles away. Let's call her WM. We talked a few times, and it was obvious she wasn't into me, but we stayed in touch over the next few months, and talked about our various Tinder dates and other random shit. We actually became pretty good friends. Fast forward 2 months or so to one drunken night at a bar. I meet a girl, we dance, and are really hitting it off. Let's call her QT. Last call comes, and she gives me her number. Next day I tell WM about it. She tells me I should go for it. Text QT, nothing. Ghosted. Heard nothing for weeks. Went on a few more dates, but nothing panned out. W brings up QT again and says I should give her one more chance to respond. I try. QT responds, says she was super busy and sure she would go on a date. 2 dates later, things get pretty serious, but we haven't really set any relationship boundaries or established that we are exclusive. I tell WM about how I had an awesome couple of dates with QT and that I really think it is going somewhere. She asks her name so she can look her up on Facebook. I tell her, and she immediately calls me. Weird, we don't usually talk on the phone, but okay, she says. That's my brother's girlfriend's name. Long story short, QT had been dating a few people, one of them being WM's brother, and WM's brother had thought it was a bit more serious than it was. The kicker is, QT and I lived in the same city. WM lived 200 miles to the east, WM's brother lived 200 miles to the west. Somehow we had a 400-mile love/friendship triangle point. That was over 2 years ago. QT and I decided to give it a go, and are still together. WM and WM's brother are both happily married now to their respective soulmates. So everybody wins in the end, and I end up with one hell of a crazy answer to, so how did you guys meet? TLDR. Sometimes keeping your hoes in different area codes isn't enough, if there are siblings involved. When I was younger I met a dude who was a couple years older than I was, and we became fast friends. He started school at the local college, and was staying at his family's friend's spare room. He was from out of state, and they let him rent the room. While in school I go over to his place for the first time, and meet this gorgeous redhead, that was a year younger than I was. I fell in love with her at first sight. She was one of the daughters of the homie Awana. Over the next several weeks we got to know each other fairly well. Romantic tension ensues, but she was always reserved for some reason. The whole time my friend was always trying to encourage the relationship between me and her. Like super eager, but I didn't think anything of it at the time. Fast forward 2 years, and we finally start dating. Things are going well between us. One day I call over to the house to talk to my friend, and my girlfriend's mom answers the phone. She tells me that my friend doesn't live there anymore, and he has moved back to his home state. Wow. I had talked to him like 4 days earlier, and we had weekend plans. I ask why, and she is very vague with me on the reason. I ask to talk to my girlfriend, and she tells me it's not a good time. A week passes with no contact. I decide to head over to the house to find out what's up. When I get there my girlfriend's mom, who liked me a lot by the way, answers the door. I ask if my girlfriend was home, and if I could see her. Her mom looks at me sadly, sighs, and tells me I better come in and sit down. She tells me that my friend has been kicked out of the house and has fled the state. He was caught balls deep in my girlfriend by her father. Apparently, not too long after he moved in, he and my girlfriend started a sexual relationship. She would sneak downstairs after everyone was asleep, and they would have sex all night. The reason he was pressing for me and her to get together was because he was feeling guilty. He was trying to end it between them before her parents found out. However, he was banging my girlfriend the entire time I met, got no, and started dating my girlfriend. I was pretty hurt, and the relationship ended shortly after. In a way I still love her, but I was pretty messed up by the deal. I was very mad at the time. Now however I don't have any negative feelings towards her. I don't know where she is, but I hope she's healthy and happy. One time my friend, let's call her Janice, was hanging out with my other friend, let's call him Devin, and Devin was dating my other friend, let's call her Clara. So while they were hanging out they were in bed together, and Evan kind of snuggled up with Janice, and Janice didn't think anything sexual of it until he was asking her to move her hips around, and she turned. So Janice felt bad about the situation and didn't know whether or not to tell Clara, since nothing really that bad happened. Anyways, the only people who know about this is me, Devin and Janice, and I said that if anyone was going to tell Clara about it, it would have to be Devin, since he was the one in the relationship and the one who tried sleeping with someone else. So after a while of this secret being held, Devin takes Clara aside after school and tells her everything that happened. I texted Janice and was like, holy shit, he's actually telling her, and Janice felt bad and told me to talk to Clara afterwards to make sure they could talk to each other and get on good terms. So I drove Clara home that night, and she was pretty upset with what happened, and she didn't know that I knew. But I tried getting it out of her by being nice and asking if she wanted to talk. She brought up the fact that Devin cheated on her, so I was like, maybe it would be good to talk to the other person, because I bet they're feeling pretty bad about it, because Janice and Clara are pretty good friends and I would assume she would feel the same way. Instead she looks at me and says, why would I talk to Kate about it? Kate was a girl who graduated that Devon actually slept with. I just went wide-eyed and realized she didn't even know about Janice. She was going to give him another chance after Kate, but when she found out about Janice she gave up. My sister was dating someone for a couple of years and he doted on her. He was absolutely enamored with her and was never away from her side. Personally that would drive me crazy. I'm an LTR, but we both enjoy our own space periodically. The guy was very quiet, a little dim, and had a very nervous disposition. The sort of person who, if you coughed loudly, he would jump. I was never really a big fan of him. We had no common ground, and talking to him was always an uphill struggle. However, to him, my sister was the only person in the world, and he was dating her, not me, so who cares what I think? But things were so serious, we all thought that given time there would probably be an engagement on the cards. Then one day he gets a threatening message over Facebook from some girl. It turns out that he had been meeting another random girl for months, if not a year or more, and having sex outdoors in a pretty public area. This is how intelligent he was. The girl who messaged him had apparently seen this happen a number of times and had tracked him down over Facebook. She told him that he had 24 hours to tell my sister everything, or she would message her directly. He told my sister the entire story. It turns out that nearly all of the time that he was with my sister, he was covertly messaging his side piece. In an act of either desperation or stupidity, he showed my sister the entire message history. A lot of pictures, heavy talk and a lot of can't talk. I'm with her right now, her referencing my sister. It also turned out that at the time of this revelation, the side girl thought she may have been pregnant. He actually thought that my sister would find his honesty quite chivalrous and stay with him. Obviously he was shown the door by my sister, who subsequently had to get a number of health checks upon finding out what had been going on. She said it was one of the most shameful things she's had to do. This all unraveled probably around a year ago now, and he still periodically contacts my sister's friends to ask if we'll give things another chance. He apparently regularly posts self-deprecating attention-seeking statuses on Facebook and rarely goes out, having shared a very similar social circle to that of my sister, who have almost all turned their backs on him. Due to his actions, his side piece has also decided that she wants nothing more to do with him, as, by default, her name was also dragged throughout the entire saga. I have no pity. In the game of cheating there are 2 players, but you choose to play, and there are no prizes at the end of it. So I used to work with this guy. He was a bit weird, and I think he had a bit of an alcohol problem, but whatever. Always nice to me anyway. He didn't get along with the boss at all. They'd always argue. Hated each other. One day this ultra-religious guy started. He had stepped back into his position he had way back, and boy did he and the boss not get along too. Boss used to get really tired of him talking about his Lord. ECT blamed every mistake on the Lord's will. Ironically, the boss's son was friends with this guy, so the boss had a falling out with his own son. Neither the boss nor the alcoholic guy liked this dude, so they kind of both found common ground about it, and the relationship oddly started to sort of warm. Here's where it gets interesting though. The churchy guy started messing with the boss's daughter. The alcoholic guy, sweet guy, sorted her out and put the guy in his place, which my boss appreciated. It was kinda weird to see. The religious guy was generally just acting like a dick though, and eventually he was confronted about this. The meeting got heated, and he blabbed that upper management told him the boss was going to be replaced, and he'd answer to him. A few weeks later we were herded into a meeting room, where it was confirmed we were getting a new boss. The guy walked in, and it's the old boss. It's the old boss all along. Mine mostly involved finding out that 2 people I know each other. For instance, there was this girl I had a crush on in college, but she either always had a boyfriend, or I was unemployed and embarrassed about being broke whenever I saw her, so I never got around to asking her out, but we ended up being friends. After college, I was talking to my brother-in-law online, and he asks me if I know a Melissa. Turns out that they were co-workers. She had walked by when he was talking to me online and spotted my name, and she asked how he knew me, and of course he says, "Oh, that's my wife's brother." So she ended up hanging out with my sister and brother-in-law. Then there was this other friend in college I had who would occasionally bring up his wife. I never thought anything about it, except that her name is Rachel. Happens to be one of my favorite names. I like to use it in writing, and would probably name my daughter Rachel, if I had one. I've also dated at least one Rachel. But yeah, I didn't think anything of it when he mentioned her name. And then a convention came up, and he mentioned that she was going with a friend and I could hang out with her and her friend if I wanted to. He sent me a picture of his wife, so I would be able to find her, and lo and behold, it's the same Rachel I dated in high school. And the funny thing is, she was going to an Anin convention. I'm pretty sure I'm part of the reason she was into him. We also knew each other in junior high, and I found her again in high school when she was a freshman and I a sophomore, and she wore a shirt with an Anin character, but didn't know who it was. I told her, and I think she got into the show afterwards. I don't really know. My best friend from Nigeria living in the US has been telling me for years that he won the green card lottery and met an amazing girl back in Utah. He lives in North Carolina. Turns out that her family hosted him as an exchange kid for 2 years, but got his papers sorted to stay because she has been in love with him until 3 weeks ago when he slipped and told me. I remember coming here to this family that as soon as I got my green card, I ran away and moved to North Carolina. Turns out his friends from Nigeria did the exact same thing and now met in North Carolina, leaving families that paid over thousands of dollars to help them. I went and visited him in North Carolina 3 weeks ago. He got a house now at the age of 26 and he is by himself. Turns out he lied on the application that he works in a different company and gets a better salary with a boss that he doesn't know. He has been making payments for 6 months now and everyone was wondering how did he get approved for a huge house. He works as hotel staff and makes $7 an hour, gets tips that he is supposed to split with other people, but keeps for himself, and that's how he pays for the house. He also lends the other 3 rooms to people he works with. Every day, he receives some shady calls from Africa and always tells me that this is his family asking for money, but numbers were always not known. We met 3 years ago as he was a friend of a roommate I found on Craigslist. This dude is 26, has a house in North Carolina, and has everything I ever dreamed of to live in the US and be happy. The dude did nothing to deserve this. Back when I was a teenager, probably around 1997 to 98, I was walking back from the local supermarket with my best friend at the time. Let's call him T. We were cutting through this big field behind the stores as a shortcut to get back to the residential neighborhoods, and there is a road about midway through. Just as we reach the road to cross, a car is approaching and my friend looks at me and says, "Watch this," and grabs a decent sized rock out of the grass. He runs kinda sideways across the street with his hand out in front of him in a stop motion, and as the car stops in front of him, he tosses this rock straight up in the air and it lands with a thud on this poor Asian lady's hood. It wasn't big enough to cause serious damage, but probably enough to cause a noticeable dent. I burst out laughing. Dumb teenage shit, right? And we take off running through the rest of the field and into the residential area. We have a good laugh about it and decide, hey, let's stop by our friend's, call him a house, and see what he is up to. I should mention said friend happens to be Chinese, but we thought nothing of it. So we do just that. He was at home with his brothers playing SNES. So we hang out, and about an hour or so passes and his parents get home. We can hear the mom sounds very upset/angry, and she calls the boys into the kitchen. We were hanging out in our friend's room playing games, and they all get into a big shouting match in Chinese that we don't understand a word of. T and I look at each other still clueless, chuckle and say, holy shit, I wonder what's going on. Shortly after, walks into the room looking pretty distraught and says, oh, you guys better go, like you have to leave right now. So we oblige, and as we are heading toward the door we pass the kitchen and their father is just standing there giving us this death stare that I will never forget, and standing like he's about to square off in a wrestling ring and looking like he wants to rip us in half. As you might have guessed, it turned out that the Asian lady whose car got the rock tossed on was their mom. Lol. She must have recognized us, but we absolutely did not recognize her or the vehicle she was driving. Needless to say, we were not welcome over at their house anymore after that point. TLDR, friend tossed a rock up onto the hood of a woman's car that had stopped for us. Turned out woman was our friend's mother. Dated a guy for a while and there was always something sorta off about him. Surprised he was a liar and manipulating me, but he was cute and was out of my league, so I stayed with him. Looking back, there were a lot of signs that I simply didn't want to see because I was too close to the situation. He didn't start off as odd as he turned out to be. He was kind, eccentric, funny, and devoted to his family, often bringing me to their house despite having his own apartment. His mom was super into show tunes and his brother didn't leave his room much. Never heard where his dad was or if he was even alive. Didn't feel it was my place to pry. About 4 months in is when things started to get facky, but when you love someone you kind of ignore their flaws and immerse yourself in their good moments rather than focusing on the bad. He'd been making his living off of selling art commissions when a prominent member of our shared fandom made a huge post calling him out for art theft. No one wanted to believe it. He was a pillar of the community that had inspired countless others. His attractiveness helped him in this situation. I realize now he was the type to get whatever he wanted out of people because he knew just how to play into their attraction to him through manipulation. He convinced me. How could he lie to me? Considering his drawings had kept us relatively well off, I opted to believe him, but became weary of what this person had pointed out. His art style was quite varied. He brushed it off as trying to peg down what he wanted his style to develop into. He was an artist. No artist ever stops improving, or so he said. They'd given several examples of work that were carbon copies, but flipped and dated, before he'd made his version. I started to get this sickly feeling in my stomach. I wasn't dating who I'd thought he'd originally, no pun intended, drew me to him with his drawings for me. The more I looked at this person's mounting evidence, the more I saw just where he'd stolen pretty much every drawing he'd ever made for me. I tried to tell myself this wasn't a deal breaker, that he had other qualities I had enjoyed as we approached half a year together, but the more I scrambled to hold on, the more I realized he was never who he'd made himself out to be. I began spying on him when he was supposedly working on art, as he'd always maintained he needed peace and quiet alone to work efficiently. This would be the deciding factor if I stayed with him or moved on. I felt an intense sadness as I finally saw it with my own eyes. There it was, clear as day on his screen. I couldn't bring myself to confront him right away. I had to find the right time to do so. Cooking his favorite meal, I wanted to do it when his guard was down. Mid-meal I casually mentioned the post we'd seen months ago, and he tensed, his fork scraping against his plate abruptly. He sighed, turning on his charm and sob story voice, asking, "Didn't we settle this already?" He had said he didn't trace art, so I should trust and believe him indefinitely. He tried to grab his plate and get up to escape the conversation. When I told him I had saw him point, the next moment I gasped as he smashed the plate on the table. I'd never felt intimidated by him in my life until that moment, but he didn't get violent. He broke down, sobbing out loudly the words I'll never forget. "Op didn't use a serious tag." Long story that I will shorten up a bit, but will still probably be long. 2 plot twists happen in the same story. Feel free to ask for clarification, but it happened 9 years ago, so I might not have the best memory on it. Plot twist #1. When I was 17, the pastor at the church I attended retired, and we began the process of finding a new pastor. Everyone was kind of happy for him to move on because many of the things he did were a bit controversial. I volunteered for the call committee, which helps appoint a new pastor, because I thought there should be a younger person's input, since the next youngest member was mid-40s. I also ended up on church council purely because no one else wanted it, and they needed to maintain a minimum number of members. During one of the joint council and call committee meetings, we were technically separate, but shared many of the same members. A discussion about housing allowance came up, because the previous pastor received a housing allowance which helped him to buy a house when he chose not to live in the parsonage. We were trying to figure out what to offer to a new pastor. The synod then informed us that the previous pastor was actually not entitled to the housing allowance, since we had a parsonage that he was able to stay in, but chose not to. Essentially, our church gave him extra money to help him buy a house that he was not entitled to, but found enough loopholes and supporters to get the extra money. We pretty much decided that we were going to let that slide since it was in the past and keep moving forward. Plot twist #2. One of the pastoral candidates we were talking to who ended up becoming the new pastor for our church had a wife. They both seemed like very nice people, and I was one of the first friends they had at the church. Wife basically created an inner circle of people she was close with and inserted herself into every committee she could, even committees that she was not elected to. When I brought this up as a member of one of those committees, the response was, "It's fine, the more help the better." She also was pretty much immediately elected a member of council and the council secretary, which I was strongly against, because that was how many of the things the previous pastor had wanted had gotten through council. Previous pastor's wife was a member of council and always voted yes to things the pastor put forward. Anyway, new pastor's wife is council secretary and many members of her inner circle are elected to the other council officer positions such as president and vice president. While looking over the previous meeting's minutes, I discovered that there were more votes in the council officer election than there should have been. There should have only been 12 votes maximum, but there were 13. I bring this up to the new president during a council meeting so other members can also be made aware. President tells me it doesn't matter because no one won by one vote, so officers stayed the same. Council officers decide to change the role of office secretary, a job which my mom held at the time. She tries to contact person who was supposed to be the employee representative on council, who was also a part of the inner circle and gets ignored. She then brings her concerns to the president, who says that she is considered staff and not employee, so that person can't help her. I bring up her concerns during a council meeting because I also believe they are valid concerns that need to be addressed, and am essentially vilified and am called the personal slave of my mom and told that her concerns aren't valid. A member of the inner circle confronts/corners my mom to the point where she has a breakdown and leaves the church. I also resigned from council because, in my opinion, anywhere where my mother is not welcome, I'm not welcome. I also believed what happened was completely unfair and bullshit. Mom writes a letter to the congregation to explain why she left and how she felt she was pushed out by pastor's wife. Pastor's wife confiscates any of the letters that were not personally handed to people, so they don't know the real reason she left. I went back to church one Sunday several months later with my dad and pastor's wife looks at me and gets this smug smile on her face that I interpret as a look of her thinking she's won. I then pretty much went to that church once a year after that and actively sought to find a new church. Still haven't. Probably too traumatized from this one. Now that pastor retired/moved. I went to the last service he held just to be polite and wish him well on his new endeavor. To be fair, I had nothing against him. His wife was the one who was the asshole. He hugs me goodbye. His wife hugs everyone except me goodbye. The only thing she said to me was, "Nice to see you again," in a tone that made it seem like she didn't really care. The current council president came forward recently and admitted he has no idea how to run a council meeting because the pastor's wife always did, and brought up the issues she felt were important. She had served as the church secretary after my mother, and from what I was told basically got rid of everything that mom had done and had done things in her own way. Person that is temporarily filling in for her has no idea what to do and is essentially just winging it. She ran everything the way she wanted it and got rid of everyone who opposed her TLDR. Previous pastor was swindling money. New pastor's wife was a bitch who got rid of anyone who questioned her.